Good morning. Hopefully I am unmuted for once. Oh, well, we're seeing the Kennedy Space Center, NASA Kennedy Space Center Public Affairs has started their live feed of the view. We're watching Crawler Transporter 2 underneath, carrying Mobile Launcher-1 back from Launchpad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center. This is a little bit of post-Artemis II and pre-Artemis III work, depending on how you view it. I guess it could be viewed both ways. The crawler will bring the mobile launcher back to the doorway of High Bay 3 of the VAB later today. And then, at least my understanding is, and I guess we'll see how quickly it goes, but the plan that I heard yesterday was that they would stop in front of the door this afternoon, presumably, and then take the rest of the day, come back in the morning, and roll in. So they obviously need to, for those of you who've watched some of these rolls, the crew access arm has to be in one position for the rolls themselves. So it's in, you can't really see it here. It's behind the tower. It's in a fully retracted and locked position. When they roll inside the integration cell, the SLS integration cell, which is High Bay 3, the arm essentially needs to be fully extended because they don't have room to fully swing it through the probably more than 180 degrees motion. So that's what the plan will be for tomorrow, is to basically start the crawler transporter up again, swing the crew access arm from the current fully retracted position to a more or less fully extended position, and then roll the mobile launcher into High Bay 3, and then the crawler will lower the mobile launcher down onto the fixed pedestals in there. And of course, one of the things that was done here as basically the last preparatory step for beginning this roll this morning was for the crawler transporter to raise the mobile launcher off the pad pedestals. And we can see here that the crawler has to keep the mobile launcher more or less perfectly level. I mean, again, there's some amount of margin, but the crawler keeps the mobile launcher level as it rolls down the ramp here. And so it does look like the front trucks, at the very least, if not all of them, have reached the ramp pardon me, and are beginning that roll. You can see, again, we can see some of the pad infrastructure that we're familiar with from the last more than 2 months, I would guess. So you've got one of the hydrogen flare stacks over here. These are the two of the pad, maybe obscuring the other one. The pad lightning towers. You can see the water tower is now has come back into view from behind the mobile launcher umbilical tower. And you can now more easily see some of the fixed infrastructure at the pad. So, next for both is going to be more refurbishment post Artemis II launch. Pardon me. What's interesting is, or one of the interesting things, and of course there's a lot of activity, somewhat Artemis related, but more indirectly related. So if you're watching over on the NSF NASA Spaceflight channel a little while ago, we saw the third New Glenn vehicle just completed a static fire in the last hour, I believe. That's not directly related to It's not directly related to Artemis, but that will be a critical launch vehicle for possibly Artemis 3, 4, and 5. So, and then of course, yesterday, the booster stage for the first version 3 Starship completed its first static fire, maybe only one, and before launch. And so that's obviously those are the next major milestones for those two launch vehicles. So that could happen. Both of those could fly in the next handful of weeks. Next for the mobile launcher, when it gets back to the VAB, will be more of that refurbishment. So I have not got any details yet, but there was some. I have to assume it was optional work that could have been done at the pad before they rolled back, which is now, and you can see the water trucks here that are kind of matting down the crawlerway rock on the ramp. The rolling back just a little bit more than 2 weeks after the Artemis II launch, they've decided not to do that work until some later appearance outside at the pad. It's unclear. It's unclear whether the mobile launcher will roll back outside without an SLS and Orion vehicle. It may be that, I think, with the schedule the way it is, and we're seeing and hearing some interesting, I guess, rumors or forecasts. So some very optimistic forecasts for Artemis III, literally a year from now. And we'll have to see if any of the programs can, how realistic that is for any of the programs. But that seems to be what they are. They're still using that as motivation, it sounds like, for the workforce. And of course, we'll be watching to see how close they get to, a year from now. So they were talking about mid 2027. They dropped. We're seeing sort of the official target for Artemis 3 right now is just 2027. Have not seen them say mid 2027 in a while. Typically that goes the other way, so it means they're thinking that the launch is going to be later. But we will see if and when there is a better estimate about when those things are going to be ready. But to be fair, because these dates are being used for motivation, or not just motivation, but also motivation, I have a feeling that they're going to, even if some of the interim milestones are slipping, they're gonna basically keep trying to bring the date back in, and we could. I think we could be seeing the same kind of phenomenon, if you want to call it that, or behavior or idiosyncrasies with the dates that we've seen for the commercial providers, which is basically, we won't know that they're going to miss a particular date until it passes on the calendar. So we will see. There will be precursors to, we'll see the precursors for the government programs, because they still have some public aspects to them. As an example, we're expecting to see the top 4/5 of the SLS core stage ship from New Orleans to Kennedy Space Center next week, and they're going to allow us media to observe the rollout. Then obviously that hardware will roll onto the agency's Pegasus barge, and then that will be towed and tugged around the Florida Peninsula to Port Canaveral, and then to the Kennedy Space Center turn basin, and it'll eventually go into the vehicle assembly building transfer aisle, and then we'll have to see how long it is before that element is broken over from horizontal to vertical and stacked with the engine section of Core Stage 3, which is already in the tool, the relatively new tool that Boeing built in High Bay 2, which is called the Core Stage Vertical Integration Center. The first milestones for Artemis III stacking would be with the solid rocket booster hardware that was just delivered to the rotation processing and surge facility. We saw some pictures of the rail cars that arrived at the Space Center, but we have not seen any imagery of the two aft segments that were shipped, and those require several weeks, couple months worth of stacking preps. I've gone over this a few times. The aft segments will be mated with the aft skirts with an exit cone, which is basically a nozzle extension, and then they will be integrated. So there's instrumentation that runs the length of the booster up and down. They'll start installing more of that in the systems tunnel area, and that runs down into the aft skirts in order to command those for eventually command those for flight. And they will also install a core stage, the aft attach ring that will eventually be mated to the core stage when the core stage is ready for that mate to the boosters, and that'll probably be later this year. But hopefully we will see some pictures of the progress of what they call building up the aft assemblies of the boosters in the RPSF rotation building. So we're watching here as Crawler Transporter 2, which you can see down here, is carrying Mobile Launcher-1 from Launchpad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center back to the vehicle assembly building. Mobile Launcher will, again, if the plan that I heard was that the crawler would finish the roll tomorrow, relatively early tomorrow. And once Mobile Launcher-1 is back in High Bay 3, they'll begin, they'll continue refurbishing it for stacking the Artemis III vehicle and turning around and flying again. But of course, the big question, as always, is when. Not necessarily when they're going to continue refurbishment, but when they're going to start stacking, and then all of the downstream milestones for vehicle integration for SLS, and then also for Orion with SLS down the road. That would likely be sometime next year. And then the big question is when Artemis III would fly. And of course, one of the things I've mentioned early in this is that there's we're still hearing, I guess, what I would call a goal of flying Artemis III as early as a year from now. So that would be even earlier than mid-2027. And again, whether that there is no additional context attached to that, whether that is just how much that is motivation and just trying to push and put I guess what you hear people talk about schedule pressure almost purely in negative terms, but it is used to motivate and to try and keep things on track as well. So I don't think there's any. The intention is to try and launch Artemis III as soon as possible, and so I think this is one of the not necessarily tools, but one of the things that we will see, which is to try and keep a try and push towards as early of a target date as sounds reasonable. Whether or not how reasonable a spring 2027 date is would require additional information. And so, of course, Artemis III right now is planned as an Earth orbit rendezvous and docking flight test between Orion and some non-zero number of HLS lunar lander prototypes. Since it would be in Earth orbit, the lunar lander prototypes would not land, but the idea is one of the ideas is to retire a significant amount of risk for a lunar landing mission, where previously they were talking about doing all of that. First flight of the lunar landers with fully functional environmental control and life support systems, rendezvous and docking systems, and then also the landing guidance, navigation, and control, all the landing systems hardware itself. So all of which all of the spacecraft, Orion and the lunar landers, the requirement is for them to be able to conduct all of those operations fully autonomous. So that's a good question. Attila, or is it Attila? Asking, is that even enough time to train the crew, which has not been announced yet? I think given the comments we've heard from NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, he seems to believe that that's probably more than enough time. Again, we will. I don't know that we'll really ever be able to tell, because most of the training work and training regimen is internal. So we will see. But yeah, I would say a year is. Artemis III, as much as we've heard, sounds pretty complicated. It's basically it defers two areas of the flight which are really important, but those are later parts of the flight, which is the transit to the moon and the landing itself. Well, and then obviously the mandatory return of the crew from the surface of the moon back to Orion. But we don't know when the Artemis III crew will be announced. What we did, and I say we, but in the post-splashdown news conference, the NASA leadership there was asked when the Artemis III crew announcement would be, and basically they said soon. I believe this was NASA Associate Administrator Amit Kshatriya. He said soon, but he wasn't willing to put, as he called it, units on that. So he wasn't going to say, in the next few weeks or in the next month or in the next, so we don't know exactly when, but he did say soon. And of course, if they really were, I don't want to say serious, but I think that I do think that when the crew is announced and how quickly they get into training, which I would imagine will be different than Artemis II. I don't. What we saw with the Artemis II crew was they were announced almost not exactly, but give or take a couple of weeks. They were announced in early April of 2023, but the training sort of began in earnest, although I'm sure that they began some level of training after they were announced. But the training began in earnest, I believe, basically middle of 2023. So I think in this case, they're going to need all the time that they have left, and so I would not expect there to be too much of a lag time between the announcement and when they begin training. And having said that, and an obvious rhetorical question is, how much training can you do for a mission that is not defined completely? So there will be areas that they can train for. For instance, they can train on SLS and Orion systems. They can train on rendezvous, proximity, operations, and docking systems. But for instance, we don't know what type of Earth orbit they're looking. Well, we know what types of Earth orbits they're looking at, but there's no decisions yet, as far as we know, certainly not announced, about whether they're looking at a low Earth orbit or a high Earth orbit, which makes a difference in terms of several things, like rendezvous, proximity, operations, and docking, but also which landers, which prototypes they would be using, to what degree they're going to exercise the landers after they dock, or whether or not they dock with one or both of the landers. At this point, it seems like Artemis has been refocused around the lunar landers, and it would make sense. You can sort of see that symbolically in the shift from Gateway to the moon base. You don't have to have lunar landers for Gateway, but you do for a moon base. So as I've been wondering out loud, how do you fly any of these missions now without a lunar lander? So now, having said that, one of the subsystems that Orion did not fly on Artemis II, and which will be flying on Artemis III for the first time, is all of the rendezvous and docking hardware and software. So that, again, will all be automated, but of course the crew will be there as a manual backup to that. And so they'll train on all those systems, and they can spend some time on that. But again, are they going to use? Are they going to dock with Starship? Are they going to dock with a Blue Moon prototype? Are they going to ingress one or both of those prototypes? Would they undock from Orion? Would a couple of the crew members undock from Orion in the lunar lander and back off and fly in the lunar landers in Earth orbit, and then come back and rendezvous and dock with Orion? But at the certainly one of the important objectives from Orion's standpoint for Artemis III is to demonstrate that RPOD, which is the acronym Rendezvous, Proximity, Operations, and Docking, but is to demonstrate those capabilities. And in fact, the there's also the U on the end. So Rendezvous, Proximity, Operations, Docking, and Undocking. And so that is an objective for Orion. But again, as I said, we've reached the point now where we reached this transition now where the lunar landers are it certainly has the vibes or feels that Artemis now has been recentered around the lunar landers. And so if, well, maybe the better way to put it is which of them or both are going to be ready by in a year. And I mean, that means like counting down to launch. So that's going to be going on. But if we're just talking about this hardware that we're looking at on the screen, this infrastructure that we're looking at on the screen, this is exploration ground systems infrastructure that we're all looking at here that launches SLS and Orion. And so we should have some level of insight into Artemis III preparations for all three of those programs. These are the government-run programs that the White House and the executive branch are looking to retire as soon as they can and move to a commercial lunar transport system. But this is what they have right now to attempt to make lunar landings in less than 2 years, or at least that's the plan right now. So we shall see. And of course, the flip side of that is there's a big question mark about what we're going to see and hear about the status of those critical lunar lander, the lunar lander development for both providers. So we don't really know what they're going to. We don't know the roadmap for how they're going to get to Artemis III launches that are a part of Artemis III, and so we'll just have to see. So I don't know what we're going to get. The earliest opportunity I would imagine is for Starship will be after this upcoming launch of the first version 3 prototype. Maybe we'll hear something, but right now all we're hearing is a little bit of what might come for the next flight after that. And so we'll have to see if NASA or SpaceX is willing to talk about a longer time horizon than that. And then similarly, I mean, if anything, Blue Origin is even more secretive than SpaceX has been historically. And so we're seeing a similar thing with Blue Origin, where we get an update on where things are right now. So for instance, the Mark 1 Pathfinder, the uncrewed lunar lander Mark 1 Pathfinder, I think they've named it Endurance. I could be conflating that with something, but that vehicle is on the way back from Houston to Cape Canaveral. It did complete its thermal vacuum test, but the only thing we know in terms of what's next there is that it's headed back to Cape Canaveral. We don't know what happens after that. I mean, there are some obvious things that do have to happen, like for instance, they have to completely outfit it for flight. It has to be fueled for flight, but that's actually kind of an interesting thing since this is a cryogenic lander. Can they, for a spacecraft that's got storable propellants, you would load that well ahead of perhaps encapsulation and integration with the launch vehicle. That's probably not necessarily the case for it's going to be interesting to see how they manage that for this first lunar lander, which is a liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, uses liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen for its propellants. So that we don't know exactly, we don't really have an idea about the sequence of steps there and time frames and things like that. So we'll all of that will be keeping an eye out for. But then even with the Mark 1 landers, we don't know what the relationship is between that spacecraft and whatever concept spacecraft concept is that they're actually going to offer for either Artemis III or the lunar landing on Artemis IV. So, lot of uncertainty around either the schedule for all of the Artemis III hardware or just the plan for the lunar landers. So we can see that the somebody's going to have to goose the camera here in a little bit, but you can see both of the liquid hydrogen spheres at pad 39B. And again, this is the original Apollo era liquid hydrogen sphere, which was enough for the Saturn V upper stages and space shuttle, but wasn't going to be enough for, well, really wasn't enough even for this version of the SLS. But they made this second, significantly larger liquid hydrogen sphere was originally intended for the now defunct Block 1B upgrade that was just canceled less than 6 weeks ago, or well, actually maybe 6 weeks ago. But what it still provides additional capabilities right now, which is one of those being the ability to support 24-hour scrub turnaround now, which they didn't have for Artemis 1. They did have that for Artemis 2, but of course they because they were able to launch only basically 11 minutes into the very first launch window that they had, they never had to demonstrate that capability. So Teresa was asking, does Artemis III include a spacewalk? So what it sounds like, Jeff Faust just published a story for Space News. He's at the Space Symposium in Colorado Springs. And so Axiom Space did some kind of media briefing there. And what it sounds like they're talking about, if they would fly on Artemis III, is they would do an intravehicular activity, which would not which would allow crew to don those spacesuits and do some try them out in zero gravity, which is something that's harder to do on the ground for any length of time. So you'd be able to don the suits, test out just test out how, getting them on, getting them off, and then completely putting them on, putting on the helmets and the gloves, doing, pressurizing the suits inside and evaluating the suits out up to there. What it sounded like, again, with that story that Jeff Faust wrote and was published by Space News, is that they are looking to either do that on Artemis III inside one of the lunar landers, probably only one, but I guess in theory could be both, but also to fly at least one unit to the International Space Station, where they could do a full checkout of the spacesuit and do an extravehicular activity, which is what we typically hear called a spacewalk. So that would be putting the suits on, depressing the airlock, going out the door, so to speak, and doing a sort of a highest fidelity test of the suit. So, and they are talking about doing that in the 2027 timeframe, which would be necessary for Artemis IV is at the moment still the goal for the first lunar landing attempt. So that's at least my understanding from that story, is that would be kind of those would be the tests that they'd be looking at. But one of the things they talked about, or one of the things that Jeff Faust talked about in his story that they apparently talked about without putting any dates on it, is where they are relative to the critical design review. So they talked about they're near the CDR, but they didn't talk about, again, no dates, no time frames. They just talked about near it, and they talked about the tests that they need to do in order to finish the critical design review. So again, we will have to see. We're going to see sort of similar things, and it will be sort of to be seen how forthcoming these providers are, commercial providers are, because these are private products. There's no obligation for them to keep the public up to date. It's really just keeping NASA as a customer. They probably, again, you want your customers to be happy, so I'm sure that they're talking to NASA about progress. But that's proprietary unless they decide they want to voluntarily disclose it in public. So that's, again, another good question. What does the training look like for the landers? And I think that's going to be an interesting thing. It may be there's a wide range of demonstrations they could do. So we did also see, so again, another actually no, this was another story by Jeff Faust, but it was published in the Space Review. Everybody at Kennedy Space Center before the Artemis II launch wanted to talk to the representative, NASA's representative for their side of the Lunar Lander program. It's called Human Landing System, so HLS. I usually abbreviate it that way. So I don't know how many slots that he had available, but everybody signed up for him, and of course, I was not one of the people that got to interview him, but one of the things he mentioned when he spoke with Jeff Faust was that there's a spectrum of activities they could do. So they could, on the short end, so to speak, they could do kind of a repeat of what we just saw on Artemis II as a sort of active, well, I guess it really would be very similar to the role that ICPS served for the proximity operations demonstration. So we could see Orion rendezvous with, so that the difference would be that Orion, rather than Orion riding on like it did on ICPS and then doing just a separation and being in the vicinity of the ICPS the whole time, you would still be demonstrating that far field rendezvous from a large distance, hundreds of miles, kilometers, etc., up to a lunar lander target, which would obviously have to be able to hold attitude, hold orientation, which is what the ICPS did. But then that would allow Orion to demonstrate some of its far field, near field, mid field rendezvous capabilities with its full, closed loop rendezvous navigation, but not dock, just because the landers don't have that capability, or that's if one or both of the landers are not ready to support docking, then that's still would fulfill some of the test objectives they would have for Orion. But then you could also continue farther into docking. You could ingress the lunar lander. The crew could, you equalize the pressures between the spacecraft, make sure that there's no leaks, open the hatches, go inside. That would then be exercising the prototype lunar lander life support systems. Then if they can do that, you go into there. If there's a spacesuit available to test, you can do those IVA intravehicular activities that Axiom Space talked about. So probably what ends up happening is they will overtrain, so to speak. So they'll be trained to do things that they probably won't end up being able to perform on the mission. So I'd imagine they'll train to fully dock with the lunar landers, both of them. They'll train on Starship and Blue Moon systems, and then we'll just have to see what they actually are, what the HLS providers can provide for Artemis III. In terms of Artemis III, what it would look like, that's also something else, I think, big picture, that the programs and the enterprise being NASA exploration. So this is all run, Artemis, air quotes, is funded through the Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate. And what they're looking at is trying to launch all of that hardware in rapid succession. Maybe for Starship, it might be necessary to launch the lunar lander a little earlier, because then you need to send tankers up. If they're going to try and do a high Earth orbit test, then they might need to do some refueling, either partial or full refueling of that prototype to get up to a high Earth orbit target. That's obviously all to be determined based on what happens in the next year, or maybe a little bit longer than that. But if not, if you were, for instance, going to do a low Earth orbit test, then they would be looking at how do you synchronize launching Starship, New Glenn, and SLS with Orion in the span of perhaps days or maybe hours. Not 2 or 3 hours, but what if you needed to launch those within 72 hours or maybe a little more, maybe a little less, and how do you coordinate those activities? Because you've got because they'll definitely need to do that for to some degree for Artemis IV. So that's that'll be I think they want to evaluate how well they can coordinate, because you're talking about as many as 3 launch providers between SpaceX, Blue Origin, and then of course the NASA Enterprise. And you have the Eastern Test Range. Perhaps you have Starbase. You might launch that from Starbase if that would facilitate a sooner schedule. But they may all launch from a very small area. Certainly the Starship and SLS launch pads are within sight of each other, and Pad 36 is not that far away. So that is one of the other objectives they're looking at, is trying to figure out how to coordinate all that. And certainly from an SLS standpoint and an Orion standpoint, how long can they stay out at the pad? This is a little different because they wouldn't necessarily be looking at lunar launch windows. So you might, if anything, you might end up having to use that contingency pad access that may become, I don't know about mandatory, but it may become something between optional and mandatory, because again, just trying to do this for the first time, they may have lessons to learn there. So yeah, that's, I think, one of the things they're looking at is how to launch, if they need to, how to launch all 3 of those rockets in a relatively short period of time, and also possibly within a relatively small, from the same location, essentially. I think so. The question, I guess, relative. So the question is from Teresa: Are the lunar landers to have been tested landing and lifting off from the lunar surface? That would be separate from what they're looking at for Artemis III. But yes, both providers, or whichever provider is going to end up with the assignment for Artemis IV for the first lunar landing attempt, they will have to demonstrate an uncrewed lunar landing before people fly and land in it. The lunar liftoff is still, what it sounds like is still, well, a lunar ascent, I would say, is still optional. So what it sounds like, again, in very vague terms, that we have heard from either indirectly from NASA about Starship, or through, for instance, the NASA Inspector General. In fact, I think that's where we got sort of confirmation about what the providers are planning to do for that uncrewed lunar landing demonstration. What OIG said was Starship is going to land, and then after some period of time is going to demonstrate just liftoff. So they will have ignition, they'll lift off of the lunar surface, and then that's it. It'll essentially be a hop. So they'll cut the engines, and then they'll either land in a controlled manner or not. But that's as far as they're going to go. That obviously will not work for a crewed mission. That would not be considered a success. But I think what they would be, the rationale there is they will have demonstrated multiple firings of their propulsion systems. They will have demonstrated all the guidance and navigation for their systems for landing purposes, and also firing the propulsion systems after a significant amount of dwell time. So, it's going to be days between firing the engines, not just after they land on the moon, but also in transit. They won't be firing those engines all the time. So that's what we hear. OIG, that's what they're reporting as the plan for Starship. What they reported for Blue Moon, but again, it's hard to tell whether they're talking about the original full on Mark II architecture. That uncrewed demonstration was said to include a full lunar ascent where you have ignition, you lift off, and then, like we saw in Apollo, the lunar module ascent stage goes all the way into low lunar orbit, and then that's where it docked with the command service module. Whether or not they go farther than that from low lunar orbit back to wherever Orion is TBD. But I would say a full lunar ascent, or at least ascent back into a stable low lunar orbit, would be a little bit more of a confidence builder. But again, as I said, there's flight rationale for, at least as far as I understand, there would be flight rationale for going into an Artemis IV based on a uncrewed demonstration that only demonstrates lunar liftoff. So you get enough of those objectives, I imagine that they're willing to, if that's been the plan for a long time, then they already should have some baseline flight rationale for a crude lunar lander demo, which has to demonstrate life or death, returning from the lunar surface, certainly on the first lunar landing. So it's not optional for the crewed demonstration, which would be on Artemis IV. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that was also in the OIG report. So Mr. Pashto is saying, do we know about training manual versus automated, which is the baseline, which is the default for the lunar landers, versus the ability to take over full manual control, whatever full means for a fly-by-wire system. And they're still, at least the OIG reported as of probably about 6 months ago, they were still having that discussion. Under the circumstances, NASA is a minority investor in these commercial lunar lander products. So they're renting these. I think the question is how much say do they have, since they don't own these designs, or they aren't managing the development. And I mean, I think those are selling points to Congress and to folks in general, because it's much less expensive. You're just renting these spacecraft to land on the moon and come back, but you're not managing any of that stuff. So how much say does the government really have in in commercial products? I mean, I don't know that. I don't think they're going to be necessarily take it or leave it, but I think in the end, it's up to the providers. So we'll see. We'll see if that changes. I imagine that if you're the actual astronauts on there that are staking your life to that, I can imagine that they're certainly going to make that argument. And I guess again, the question is, it's probably still SpaceX and Blue Origin's decision to make, and it's just again, you just have to, the different sides are going to have to make their arguments to the deciding body, so to speak. I would imagine is the provider, but again, I don't know what leverage they would necessarily have, that the government has for that. I mean, I'm sure they do, but again, like I said, are they really the deciding authority for that, making that decision? I'm not sure about that. So, right, another one of those big picture questions. How many launches of SLS are we? How do you say it? So, Victor was asking, how many launches of SLS will we see before SLS is canceled? I guess technically. So, I mean, I certainly, if I had that kind of crystal ball, I would probably be investing in, quote unquote, investing in Las Vegas right now, or for other types of things, or on some of these poly markets. But I'd say right now the plan is the plan is for the government to fund production of at least, that's not a good way. To fund production of SLS through the fifth vehicle, so Artemis 3, 4, and 5, and then after that it gets real cloudy, because we don't know what. I would say if we went back 6 months, I would have thought, and probably said at the time, that Congress and Washington would look at this system that we're kind of seeing right now here. So it isn't just Orion and SLS, but also exploration ground systems, all of this ground launch infrastructure, that there was a higher chance that this infrastructure and that spaceflight hardware would be used as a bridge system to get to the commercial providers, and that there was more of a desire not to have a gap in service, so to speak. So you have this system which they've demonstrated both in an uncrewed fashion that they can orbit the moon, and then now they've demonstrated they just finished Artemis II, which is a crewed demonstration of a lunar transport spacecraft that can take crew all the way to the moon, can bring them all the way back. So not just back to Earth orbit, but launching from the ground and returning all the way through the atmosphere and splashing down safely, returning the crew safely to Earth. But that's expensive, and there are. It's going to be another one of those arguments that I think the White House and the executive branch, what they're hoping is that these commercial systems will turn the corner, and that they will, even if it looks like they're not going to be ready to replace these systems right now, that their development will accelerate. And so even if it wouldn't look like they were sort of linearly going to be ready to support a crewed mission to the moon all the way, from the Earth to the moon and back safely by the end of the decade, that's the hope, is that they will. And so then you don't have a gap, and you don't really have as much of an argument necessarily, because what they're saying in the budget is they're going to have a competition for this commercial crew lunar transportation system, and they're not going to prevent the primes for Orion and SLS, and I would assume in theory also exploration ground systems, to offer this system up in a commercial competition. I think it's just that there's a lot of skepticism due to the cost of it, that they can, how competitive they'll be. And we've heard the different providers talk more or less about commercial being competitive in a commercial market. So we haven't heard as much from the SLS providers. That was a thing more than 2 years ago, probably back in the sort of post Artemis I era, and they were working on something with NASA, and then they just completely stopped talking about it more than 2 years ago. I asked about it 2 years ago, and all I was ever able to get was, boilerplate, a quote unquote response. It wasn't really answering the questions. It was just, this is all we're willing to say. And so to me, that's basically saying they didn't want to talk about it. That does not communicate a significant amount of interest in moving forward with that. I guess we shall see. What we have seen, though, is we have seen Lockheed Martin, once the writing was on the wall last year, because the White House basically proposed canceling all of these systems at the end of next year, at the end of 2027. So when they saw that, they have more confidence that they can make Orion competitive as in a commercial market, that the competition, at least I guess on their time horizons, and I haven't had a chance really to go into that with them, but some media have done some interviews that they're not they think they can be competitive in this sort of next period of time. So we'll have to see, but I mean, it does, to me, that's a stronger indication of interest in competing in a commercial market. So again, big picture, that would mean that these systems could compete with the Starships and the New Glens and the but there's no guarantee that they're going to win that. And they don't have the level of financial backing that Starship and New Glenn and Blue Moon have. So that's why there's would just be general skepticism when you look at it. You see a much stronger financial commitment to the commercial systems, and just a completely different way of doing it versus the government. The government's commitment has wavered. The amount of money they invest on an annual basis goes up and down, and so their interest comes and goes. So that doesn't seem like a great foundation to build a commercial offering on. But they're going to be given the chance to do that. So I would say, all in all, it's possible that this only flies 5 times, but we'll just have to see what. I think maybe a bigger question is whether Congress still thinks that this should fly and not have a gap in service. But again, you're talking about probably $3 billion, maybe more. Like, that's going to cost you $3 billion, $4 billion a year to sustain. Now, they're paying that right now. So I guess the question again, but that's going to be the question to Congress, is whether they're willing to sustain that funding into the next decade, while they're waiting for the commercial providers to basically fly what we just saw. When Starship demonstrates the same capabilities that we just saw on Artemis II, so launching from Earth and then returning for a catch, catching the ship when it returns from the moon, and catching the ship and the crew coming back, then it's going to be, because they're probably going to be more competitive than this system. So when is that going to be? And then similarly for whatever Blue Origin might offer, and maybe there is another competitor. It's hard to see. We see the government has a huge financial investment base just based on the tax revenue. We see the two near trillionaires, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, have a significant amount of financial wherewithal to continue investing in their systems. And so that's, I'm sure handicapping this is going to change from one year to the next. But right now, so maybe at the beginning of this year, you would maybe have thought that Orion and SLS were going to fly. There was a decent chance that they might fly in Artemis 6. I'm not so sure. I would say the chances look a little bit less lower now that they would fly Artemis 6 together. Maybe Orion is still around to fly Artemis 6, but we will have to see. We've heard that there's some interest, but I don't know how self-serving that was, because we have not heard. We've seen more self-enthusiasm about commercial Orion than we have about commercial SLS. So that, I think, is going to be, to be determined. So I'm going to, one of the reasons that I thought to start this stream a little bit later was just because I do have the regular morning activities to do. And so I'm going to have to take a little break here, probably about half an hour or so, maybe a little bit longer than that. But I figured, if y'all want to chat or hang around or come back in an hour, that's also fine. I'll just go ahead and leave the stream up. I'm not expecting as much disbelief that this is real. It's I guess a little bit different since it's terrestrial, but I'll go ahead and leave the stream up here, and I'll be back in a little bit. Maybe not right back, but I'll be back in probably about 30, 45 minutes. Good morning again. It's a few minutes past 10 a.m. Central Eastern Time on Thursday, April 16th, 2026, and we're watching Crawler Transporter 2, which is out of view at the moment, moving Mobile Launcher-1 back to the vehicle assembly building from Launchpad 39B, where Artemis II launched a couple of weeks ago. And so this serves maybe more symbolically as a as a post Artemis II milestone, but is directly a part of the turnaround from Artemis II to Artemis III, and a part of preparations to eventually launch Artemis III, which we're still hearing folks with NASA talk about as soon as a year from now. We've heard various levels of vagueness, I guess, about the dates. So when Artemis III was originally changed to an Earth orbit rendezvous and docking test from the first lunar landing attempt, less than 2 months ago, they reused the mid-2027 target date. That had actually been the target date for Artemis III as a lunar landing, going back to the end of 2024. The last official delay of Artemis III as a lunar landing was from September 2026 to quote-unquote mid-2027. So when NASA leadership changed the Artemis III mission to an Earth orbit rendezvous and docking test flight, the target date given was mid-2027. But since then, we've seen it expressed as just 2027, which could be anywhere from January 1st, 2027, which is less than 9 months from now, to December 31st, 2027, which is the better part of 2 years from now. But we're also seeing or hearing in some interviews publicly, and then also, private whispering, that they're also targeting basically the second quarter of calendar year 2027. So anywhere in the spring, basically next year. So anywhere from beginning of April to the end of June. And again, maybe that's being used to keep the workforce motivated and to keep everybody motivated to launch as soon as possible and to get their pieces of the possible Artemis III flight test done as soon as they can. So I'm sort of ducking in and out of morning activities, but I have a few minutes here to try and pick up the questions in chat again, and then I'll have more time, probably about bottom of the hour. But let me take a look here and see some of the other questions. So I guess before that, just to recap, the first motion of the crawler was a little bit after 8 a.m. Eastern this morning. And again, what I'd heard was the plan is to roll basically right up to the doors of Vehicle Assembly Building High Bay 3, and then stop there to give the crews the rest of the day, and then they would come back tomorrow morning, presumably, and finish the roll, which would be to extend the crew access arm from its currently blurry, well, it was blurry for a minute there, blurry but fully retracted position to a more or less fully extended position, which is where it needs to be positioned in order to roll into High Bay 3, and then finish the roll. So roll the mobile launcher in over the pedestals in High Bay 3 and then lower it back down onto the pedestals, and then they have to do, they'll transfer power from the crawler transporter back to the shore power, and then get start extending the VAB platforms and get into work for continuing the refurbishment of the mobile launcher to get it ready to receive the first SLS hardware to begin stacking for Artemis III. So that's a good question. This is going back about 45 minutes from Cram asking, do you think if someone other than Jared Isaacman had gotten the NASA administrator role, that the Artemis reshuffle would have still taken place? No, I don't. I think this is mostly or completely on his initiative, and the rationale for doing this, I think, is there are parts of the rationale for sure that seem reasonable. It's certainly fair to question how realistic the previous plans and schedules were, and then there was also the question that we saw from the Aerospace Safety Advisory Panel, which just talked about there being in their opinion, just too much on the plate of what was then Artemis III, which was to do basically all of the objectives for what is now Artemis III and what is now Artemis IV in one mission. The old plan would have actually, for Artemis IV, would have been both a second lunar landing and a gateway assembly mission. But I think, again, there's more to the new plan than just breaking up, doing a risk, changing Artemis III to a risk reduction flight, and the new schedules for Artemis IV and V and the different scopes of the missions. But I think it's probably easier to say that is on his initiative. And so, yeah, I think I'm not sure what would have happened, but I think, again, the goal of the administration, the goals for the administration are laid out pretty clearly, which is to land, the next astronauts on the moon by the end of this presidential term, which is essentially the end of 2028. And then and begin before that, probably, is their goal, to begin setting up infrastructure for a moon base. But I do think that was, I don't know that we heard, we certainly heard and saw rumors about a big picture plan, since Mr. Isaacman's nomination went through several ups and downs and spanned quite a long time, most of 2025 in one way, shape, or form. And so it wasn't a complete, you could almost say, I don't think it was a surprise that the plans changed after he took office, given what became public throughout last year. So Trevor was making the comment in I think, a very popular opinion about how great the Artemis II crew was and is. I don't think there's a lot of disagreement about that. And we should hear from them again in about a little bit more than 4 hours, I believe, if I recall correctly. The start time for the crew news conference, post-flight news conference, is 2:30 p.m. Eastern, I think. Again, give or take. But there are a lot of different crews. I think this one of the things that made this crew so popular is not the right word, but I guess just to say what made them great, I think, is how relatable they are and have been with the public. And so that really doesn't really necessarily have anything to do with the technical quote unquote stuff, but they're great ambassadors for the space agency. And I mean, I would assume that they're going to do what amounts to sort of a goodwill tour here at some point in the relatively near future. I'm a little surprised how quickly they're doing this post-flight news conference. I don't know whether they're going to do another one later, but I would imagine that they haven't gone through all of their debriefings, technical debriefings, and I think that's what I'll be more interested in personally, because that will feed into Artemis 3 and 4 and beyond. But today I think it's going to be more about, some of the things that we saw in the welcome home ceremony on Saturday. I think it is, again, going to be about how relatable the crew is. And that's what I think there's a much broader audience for that. And there have been, so I know Trevor's asking what other great crews. There's a lot of, some of the, somebody mentions the Apollo 12 crew. I think the thing is, some of these crews have been, I guess, memorialized to some extent in TV shows or movies. And so I do think there have been documentaries from going back to, when I was a kid in the 80s, the 1980s. And so I have heard interviews with, if we're talking about Apollo 12, Pete Conrad, and especially Pete Conrad, but also Alan Bean, and to some extent Dick Conrad. But we've heard, there have been stories, not just TV shows and movies, but also in documentary interviews as well. But there are different crews. I think I'm sure that the Artemis III crew, the Artemis II crew, I think it's also a popular opinion, or I've heard it said multiple times, that this crew will be a tough act to follow. But if it still comes down to the mission and accomplishing all of the mission objectives, and that was important for Artemis 2 for a number of reasons, and the crew did that, and so I think that also helps. But yeah, in terms of their relatability, it'll be interesting to see, because the astronaut office is maybe I believe a little smaller than during the shuttle era. So it'll be interesting to see, but there will be some time. I think that one of the differences between Artemis 2 and Artemis 3 is when when the Artemis II crew was named, they were probably looking at a launch in less than 2 years at the time. But in this case, I don't know how much of a soft sell they're going to make for the Artemis III launch next year, but I just don't know that they're going to have as much time to interact with the public because Artemis, there's such a desire to fly these missions in rapid succession. I mean, rapid being in quotes, because we're still talking about upwards of a year between these missions, and that seems like a lot of time when you look at the launch cadence of, for instance, SpaceX Falcon 9, and or you see the launch cadence that the Chinese have for some of their rockets. But for Artemis, launching on an average of once a year, it would be a huge increase. And there is still a lot of there are a lot of possibilities for Artemis 3 that they'll have to train for. I think it is still an open question. So the question in chat, going back a few minutes. So Attila's previous question about what news do we have on the damage done to the launch structure. We don't have a lot of details, but it does seem like, I think qualitatively, some of the things that we've heard are they were able to do the pad washdowns on, I guess, more or less a nominal schedule. They weren't able to do that after Artemis 1 due to one of the pneumatic lines getting busted by basically the ignition and liftoff and climb out. And that led to a chain of events basically that caused a lot of repair work to be needed for the mobile launcher after Artemis 1. So I know that the damage to the elevators was got the bigger headlines, but that was probably repaired a lot faster than all of the pneumatic tubing that ended up getting. You had the one busted line, and they're using nitrogen for pressure, for instance, for the pad washdowns. So once you bust that, that's an asphyxiant, and so that delayed most or all of the pad washdowns, which meant all of that highly corrosive solid rocket booster exhaust stayed on other pneumatic lines for a long time. And so there was just a huge amount of corrosion damage to a lot of pneumatic tubing. And we got at least some chapter and verse about that in a NASA Inspector General report a couple of years ago. And so they ended up having to use a lot of tubing that was originally purposed for Mobile Launcher 2. And if you happen to have NSF NASA space flights Space Coast live stream up on another computer, you can see that simultaneously with the rollback of Mobile Launcher 1, they are disconnecting and removing the crew access arm from Mobile Launcher 2. I think, only a few months after it was originally installed there. So a little bit of a sign of the times. But what it sounds like for post Artemis II, they obviously learned a lot of lessons. They got they found some holes in their modeling of the launch environment, and so they hardened the mobile launcher for with that additional data. And so they got into what we've heard basically is they got into the washdowns, which allowed them to, mitigate corrosion damage. And pre-launch, what we were hearing was there were, one of the things that they needed to do outside at the pad before they could come back was any hot work, any welding that might be necessary. And so it's possible, even though it's only been 2 weeks, that if there was any, we don't know if there was any welding that was needed for repairs or refurbishment. But the fact that they're already coming back means that they've gotten anything that was absolutely required to be done at the pad done. There was some other verification and validation testing that they talked about, things like additional swings of the crew access arm, hanging the contingency pad access arms. They weren't able to. They were actually in the process of installing those when they had that ICPS helium leak and had to roll back the vehicle with the mobile launcher a couple of months ago now. But apparently that's been deferred. So all of that, anything that we couldn't see, and you would have been able to see that, you would have been able to see crew access arm, additional swing tests of the crew access arm, again, post-launch. And there was some other verification and validation work that they were talking about. It may have been additional emergency egress system work. But again, some of those requirements and objectives may have been baselined, again, before we saw this change in philosophy and change in expected launch cadence. So again, those may have either been reassessed already or just deferred until later. So I think, big picture, and again, just purely qualitatively, what we've heard from NASA is that the mobile launcher came through this launch in much better condition than after Artemis 1. After Artemis 1, the mobile launcher was rolled back to the VAB about 3 weeks after launch. But there was a lot of both refurbishment but also modifications that were being done to the mobile launcher to support crew. And that work took many months. So after it came back to the VAB in December 2022, it was then moved outside to the West Park site on the north side of the VAB to begin some of that work there, and then rolled back out empty, so to speak, to Pad 39B for all of the additional emergency egress system modifications and other modifications that they were going to do. And again, things like welding are I guess are safer to do in outside than they are inside. In this case, all of those modifications are already complete, and they were just battle tested, so to speak, in the Artemis II launch. And the even last year and prior, the plan was to do repairs and refurbishment and basically just turn the mobile launcher around and get it ready to stack the next vehicle. So that high level plan hasn't changed. It's really more, I think, the pace of the pace of activities has those plans have changed to speed those up a lot. We got a little bit of, well, and to be fair, I did show a little bit of that footage, but there were some airborne assets that were documenting the Artemis II launch itself. But then once the vehicle went over the horizon, and maybe even before that, back on April 1st, they used both visible light and infrared cameras to at least try and document the condition of the mobile launcher immediately after liftoff and climb out. So there was some imagery of that. But then going back to shuttle, yeah, there was, at the end of the shuttle program, when NSF NASA spaceflight came into being, we would see some descriptions of the pad post-launch and occasionally see some imagery. But yeah, it was not the typical kind of thing that was covered. And that's just the sort of a way of life, which is you can see, I think, if you've been watching my channel for the last 2+ years, you can see that the agency poured a lot of resources into covering the mission, beginning with, a few days before launch through splashdown. And we're still kind of in that period that surrounds the mission. So we still have this crew post-landing news conference may be one of the last events, but not the last. But we're still less than a week from the splashdown last Friday. I would expect to see things that level of application of resources, I guess. The level of coverage is going to taper off, and so we will see when there is coincidentally there's an event in New Orleans next Monday for the Artemis III core stage top 4/5 rollout. So not the whole stage, but the top 4/5 of it. So the from top to bottom of that part, the forward skirt, liquid oxygen tank, inner tank, and liquid hydrogen tank. Those have all been mated together, and they've done some of the integration work between those elements. And now it's being shipped to Florida, and it will be stacked with the engine section that's already in Florida. And then they'll begin that next sort of cycle of integration and test. So after they get all 5 elements mated, and they start connecting up things like liquid hydrogen feed lines, liquid oxygen feed lines, systems tunnel, repressurization lines, that work will get started after they mate the bottom of the liquid hydrogen tank to the top of the engine section. And then at some point after that, then the RS-25 engines will be installed in the bottom of the stage. And then they'll eventually get into final integrated functional testing. We don't necessarily have a great timeline for that, but it does kind of sound like that final mate's going to be somewhere around mid-year. And then at least the intent is to deliver that stage figuratively from Boeing to Exploration Ground Systems. So then once EGS takes over possession of the stage, they will move it over to High Bay 3 and mate it to the solid rocket boosters. So we'll see the rollout of that stage hopefully next Monday. And then somewhere in the week or so after that, we'll see the Pegasus barge arrive at the Kennedy Space Center turn basin, and then we'll see the stage rolled off the barge and rolled into the transfer aisle of the vehicle assembly building. But it's possible that the Artemis III crew announcement could be one of the next major announcements. In the meantime, for places like my channel, I'm going to be following processing of the Artemis III hardware. So they're shipping the elements of the Artemis III SLS that are already complete, which is basically everything except the core stage. And then we're following final assembly of that incomplete piece of SLS, the core stage. And then for Orion, we're watching final assembly. No, not quite yet, but we're watching assembly of the Artemis III Orion, and we'll continue to be following that. And obviously keeping an eye on what's going on with Starship at Starbase, and increasingly in the Launch Complex 39A area. And we probably will see in the next couple of hours, we will see Mobile Launcher-1, which is being moved by Crawler Transporter 2, which is obscured by the scrub brush at Kennedy Space Center right now. But we should see the Mobile Launcher pass the 39A infrastructure that SpaceX is building out for Starship launches. And that's going to be an area of interest, hopefully by the end of this year, but if not, beginning of next. And we'll have to see when Starships begin launching from Pad 39A. And we'll also be paying attention to New Glenn, but those are more the day-to-day activities of those because they are private. We'll just have to see about when and where we get updates on that from a technical detail standpoint. So Trevor's asking about the timing of the core stage move. Right now, the plan is for the core stage to roll out of the machine assembly facility on Monday. So that's the 20th of April. And then the roll to the barge takes a couple of hours. So in theory, the stage would be secured on the barge by the end of the day on Monday, and then they might leave, relatively quickly. And so perhaps, again, it's weather dependent, but the core stage could certainly arrive at the Kennedy Space Center before the end of the month. So that's a good question, although I don't know that I necessarily have an answer for it. The question being, what do they do with those lunar lander prototypes after Artemis III is completed? Just adjusting the microphone here. I think some people have talked about at least the hypothetical of using, for instance, the Starship, that, hypothetically you could, if you've already demonstrated propellant refueling and you were going to use that for a high Earth orbit Artemis III mission, in theory, you could come back and refuel that spacecraft again and have it do the uncrewed lunar landing demo. I think really the question for Starship and Blue Moon and Blue Origin also, but certainly we know more about what SpaceX plans to do, their concept of HLS. It's really more of a question of how mature those technologies are. So the Artemis III, what Artemis III provides as an opportunity to test integration with Orion, so the ability to dock with Orion, the interactions between the Orion systems and the Starship systems, but also the other lunar lander, assuming they dock. The life support systems, the crew controls, a lot of the same types of subsystems that we just saw demonstrated on Artemis II with Orion, you would want to see, or this would be an opportunity, Artemis III, to demonstrate those. But then all of the lunar landing systems, such as guidance, navigation, and control, landing systems, trying to determine the best possible location to land, or to navigate to a specific landing location with precision. Those would be things that would be demonstrated independently of Artemis III flight test objectives. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have a separate prototype to do that. You could, in theory, if you had a quote unquote all up Starship prototype that was fully crew capable and also had the ability to demonstrate the landing systems, in theory, you could use that same prototype for both of those. But again, the question I think would be, if Artemis III were to fly in like a year from now, let's say May 2027, how far will SpaceX have reached a level of maturity with their propellant refueling and their launch cadence and all of the other systems, and both flight systems and ground systems, to support a lunar mission in a year from now. So one of the advantages of flying an Earth orbit mission is that it reduces or eliminates the necessity for propellant refueling. So you can certainly, it seems like you could do a low Earth orbit test without having to do any refueling at all. So that's, that'll be the thing, I think, is whether they can sustain a Starship prototype. I mean, another thing you could do, if depending on what was missing or not from the Starship prototype that flies Artemis III versus what's needed for an uncrewed lunar landing demonstration, you could just sustain that spaceship, assuming it was mostly software versus hardware, in theory, you could sustain that spaceship with refueling. It wouldn't necessarily need to be on an aggressive schedule, but just enough for it to maintain its systems on orbit. One of those, that is going to be one of those things that need to be demonstrated by both lunar landers, which is the ability to an on-orbit endurance capability of similar to what we're seeing with Orion, and really eventually it's going to have to be longer than Orion, but we would need to, we're at some point going to need to see both Blue Moon and Starship demonstrate the capability for one of these prototypes to stay on orbit for about a month, if not longer. So thanks for the super chat. But yeah, in theory, again, in terms of the capabilities that SpaceX has on their sort of list of goals is definitely to refuel starships in Earth orbit and then send them to the moon for the HLS variant of Starship in order to land on the moon and then return the crew back to Earth, whether that's with Orion or with another spacecraft eventually, or with that spacecraft itself. I think the question is, obviously the question will be when for that capability as well. I think for the first lunar landings with Starship, they'll use a separate spacecraft, whether that's another Starship vehicle itself or something else. But in theory, you could complete the activities with Orion on Artemis III and then park that Starship in Earth orbit, assuming that it could stay up there for however long was necessary to refuel it so that it could go to the moon and perform an uncrewed lunar landing demo. But that will require significantly more refueling than even a high Earth orbit would, and certainly would require more than a low Earth orbit. And so that I think we should have a better idea about that, certainly by the end of this year. So we're going to see at first we're just going to see the next launches, and then I don't know, maybe it may not be that we know about when SpaceX is going to do that ship-to-ship propellant transfer demonstration until it's the next launch. We may have to wait until then. We'll just have to see. But assuming that they can do that before Artemis III, then that's at least still a hypothetical possibility. But what Artemis III provides is the opportunity to do other testing and perhaps decouple it from propellant refueling, because there are other systems that Starship will need in order to sustain a crew for, perhaps a week on the surface for Artemis IV and beyond. So thank you for the another. So what is it? User VC4, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. This one of the things that and then previously, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. PIOTRG 987. Thank you for your super chat previously, but I think the way that this worked out in terms of covering Artemis II, it worked out. Other than the cash flow issue, which I'm okay, I can cover it. there's a little bit of a cash flow thing, but all in all, what it seems like is that, thanks to your generosity, I'm gonna, for the most part, cover the costs of Artemis II. I mean, I think, this is the first. I did not cover Artemis I in terms of traveling to cover it, and so this is the. But I'm going to plan on continuing this for certainly for Artemis III, and we'll just have to see where things go. But that's really what I was hoping for, is just to be able to just basically cover the travel costs. This is not because this is this channel is to some extent, or maybe to complete full extent, is a little bit of a niche. I am trying to stay focused on technical details, and but I'm not. I'm certainly not. It's been fun, for instance, watching the Artemis II crew and some of the things that we see in the different media events are not necessarily technical details, but it's been fun to follow the crew, and that's, again, not completely the focus of the channel. But because it's a little bit more of a narrow thing, I really appreciate that, with the smaller audience that you've been able to, your generosity has been able to help me cover the costs of traveling, and it's going to help me continue to cover what's going on going forward. Okay, thank you. So Peter with the first super chat, and K1 with the second one. So again, I really appreciate it, and thanks to Joe for joining the channel. So we're starting to see a little bit of Kennedy Space Center Launch Complex 39 context here. What was the name of that facility? I think it's called well, let me see if I can look it up here. The acronym is the CCF. I think that's what we're sort of seeing here in the foreground, or at least parts of it. So this is way in the foreground in terms of this facility is actually on the crawler way that the straight shot of the crawler way from the VAB out to the turn. So the crawler is going to have to go all the way this way, and then it's going to go off screen here, and the camera is going to pan over, and then it's going to come back. It's going left to right at the moment, and eventually it's going to reach the turn, and then it's going to be kind of coming straight towards the camera, but a little bit right to left. And I believe without the approximately 5.5 to 6 million pounds of weight from the vehicle, that it goes a little bit faster, but I don't know that I don't know that it's hard. I don't know how how noticeable that is, and it depends on how But actually, and I actually have Teddy's breakfast time is coming up, so I'm gonna have to take a short break here in a couple of minutes. But I'll be back shortly I'll try and answer more questions. Let me go back and see if there's one of these ones that I can at least start here. Because going back to the question of what they might use the Artemis III prototypes for, whether they would, I guess, quote unquote, reuse those prototypes for another mission. We haven't really heard anything from Blue Origin about what their plans are for Artemis 3 or Artemis. Well, there's some actually, but again, it's been very. We just haven't heard a lot of details about what Blue Origin's planning to do for Artemis 4, let alone Artemis 3. So reuse, I think, would be one of those sort of secondary or ancillary details that we would be waiting for, I think. But it is also possible, again, like as we're seeing with SpaceX and Starship, and also with New Glenn, we're seeing they're working on reusability, but they need to get to they're in a phase of development where they are still going to employ a lot of throwaway prototypes, where the goals and the objectives of the mission, you're trying to get information and data and feedback on all of the work and the development work, and you're not necessarily trying to recover every single test flight article. So it may also be, so we've seen that, for instance, not on all of the Starship flight tests. We've seen them recover both stages. Well, recover is not the right word, but I mean, we've seen them soft land both stages, I think on the last 2 flight tests. And so those, in theory, because they were pinpoint landings, so to speak, in theory they could have been recovered. It's just that the test objectives, there were other test objectives, and recovery is an incremental thing, which I think everybody's anticipating that they're going to recover the ship stage relatively soon into the version 3 flight test campaign. But it may also be possible for something like Artemis III that they would use a throwaway prototype for that. And I think the anticipation is for the uncrewed lunar landing demos, because the supply chains, it's going to be even more difficult to extend a supply chain out to the moon at the beginning, that for both Blue Origin and SpaceX, that the uncrewed lunar landing demo spacecraft will essentially be throwaway prototypes. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes here. We're watching Mobile Launcher-1 being rolled back from Launchpad 39B to the vehicle assembly building. Again, last I'd heard, the plan for today was to park the crawler and the mobile launcher basically at the front door of High Bay 3, and then tomorrow they will finish by they have to extend the crew access arm first, but I imagine that the move team for this has been up for a long time. If they started at 8 a.m., if they started moving at 8 a.m., then that suggests they were that they started several hours before whenever call to stations was for this activity. So they'll go home, get some sleep. At least, again, that's the plan. Maybe they'll decide if they get to the VAB early, maybe they'll decide to just go ahead and finish. But the plan that I'd heard was for them to take a break at that point, park in front of the front door, come back tomorrow and extend the crew access arm hydraulically, and then roll the mobile launcher into High Bay 3, lower it down onto the pedestals, transfer power back to the shore power, start extending platforms. But that would essentially be the end of the rollback tomorrow. But I guess we will see we'll see how things go today, and see whether they open the doors to High Bay 3, open all of them. They do open doors on both the east facing and west facing high bays for air conditioning. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some doors open, but it would be more of are they opening everything up, which might be a signal that they try to roll in today. But that wasn't the plan that I'd heard. So I can hear Teddy barking, so I'll be back in a few minutes after his food and insulin shots, unfortunately. Yeah, I believe that what we're seeing in the foreground here is part of the converter compressor facility. But here we go. So now we can see the edges of the pad 39A. So this is the old liquid oxygen sphere for pad 39A. I believe that SpaceX still uses it, but of course they have a whole bunch of additional tanks for not just Falcon, but also for Starship eventually. And of course, both of those vehicles use densified propellants. So in contrast to the way that Shuttle and Apollo previously and still SLS are still using regular, closer to the boiling point liquid propellant. So it's a little different of a little different way of doing things and requires some additional infrastructure. But we're starting to see the mobile launcher, which is being carried by Crawler Transporter 2 from Launchpad 39B back to the vehicle assembly building. We're seeing them get closer to the turn. And having said that, they still have a good deal of distance to go. Yeah, it's an interesting what if. Brett in chat talking about seeing what they'd envisioned for Constellation, and what we saw a handful of times in the space shuttle program, not as often as I think one might have expected, which is to see both Pad 39A and Pad 39B occupied at the same time. Of course, things are not completely different, but substantially different, because now on the Pad 39A property, so to speak, you have the original pad, and then you have the Starship pad, which is still in construction. So it's not quite the same as it was envisioned for Constellation, which would have, if I recall correctly, and again, just based on the way that they took Pad B offline first, that Pad B would have been configured for Ares 1, and Pad A would have eventually been configured for Ares 5. But I don't know. Eventually, perhaps they're still using this more or less clean pad concept, if they would have been able to launch, whether the pad infrastructure would have been compatible with either of those vehicles. But it's one of those things that was axed when Constellation was canceled, which is this system that we're seeing here with SLS and Orion was advertised as a low-cost system that could be funded with a flat budget. In reality, they've demonstrated that was possible, but the other element of that flat funding and being able to do it, so to speak, with flat funding was they were going to be able to do it just as fast So they were obviously talking famously or infamously talking about a first SLS launch at inception at the end of 2016, or that was very quickly amended to the end of 2017, but they still ended up essentially 5 years beyond that for the first launch. And so, as it turns out, flat funding for a government program, I'm not sure any of these commercial providers are trying to do this on flat funding, but it did not work. You ended up with minimal infrastructure, and we've seen even in Artemis II with simultaneously with demonstrating maturity in terms of the launch campaign and holding schedule, we still saw some of the weaknesses of the minimal infrastructure that's available. The obvious one being the ICPS helium leak and the inability to address that at the pad. But you also see that with, as the question hints, they only have, not only, if anything, the single launch pad is not really the choke point for the infrastructure. If anything, it's only having one mobile launcher, only having one integration cell. And so they have no ability to integrate multiple vehicles at the same time. Whereas you see with SpaceX already with Starship and also Blue Origin, given their concept of launch operations, it's easier for them to integrate vehicles offline and then roll them out to the pad. For this system, which is more traditionally oriented, you would need that second mobile launcher that they're now tearing apart.
You want no coffee?
Sorry about that. So but yeah, this system launching more than once a year is going to be bottlenecked by the lack of infrastructure. And even though they built additional infrastructure, they didn't complete it. And we can see that the government is only willing to spend so much money on this. And so it's not the cause, but I don't know that underspending is an effective way of or that it controls long-term costs. And you typically don't see, you tend to see more funding up front to establish your infrastructure. And then you see what you can see it to some extent, even though it's not necessarily detailed with how SpaceX is building out their infrastructure. So there's a significant amount of investment in building out a significant amount of infrastructure, but they're also tweaking it and modifying it so that the maintenance will be, they will eventually lower their costs. And so we can see the camera panning here, and now we're bringing the original pad at 39A into view. So that's the shuttle fixed, part of the shuttle fixed service structure, and part of the hinge for the rotating service structure is still kind of visible. And then you can see the transporter erector Falcon at the pad, and a lot of the Falcon infrastructure around the pad there. But that's, I think, That's, I think, going back to the question about infrastructure, that's one of the reasons that the government is taking steps to get out of the business. So we're going to see we're seeing government transitioning from operating these systems to just being a customer for them, and letting industry manage and operate, and importantly, pay for all of those things. And so NASA's budget might be enough to for the other things, such as perhaps spacecraft and the infrastructure to support missions and planning and operations and executing the missions on rented rockets and spacecraft. But it's not enough to do what SpaceX is doing, for instance, or even what Blue Origin is doing with their plans. And so it does make some sense. You can make the argument that the government should spend more money, but you don't really see a lot of support for that. And so another approach is to use the money that NASA's getting. Of course, that could change. That is being proposed to change significantly. So the White House has just proposed cutting the NASA budget by 25% again. But that may be enough that may be as much as Washington is willing to spend on the space program. And so the question is, what can you buy with that amount of money? Because it does seem like there's much less interest in spending more money, significantly more money, on NASA's budget than less. So So Kirk asks in chat about backup astronauts for Artemis III. It's actually kind of an interesting question. So as far as we know, unless they've already been selected privately, none of the Artemis III astronauts have been selected yet. They certainly have not been announced. But they did not announce backup crew for Artemis II for a significant amount of time. Space Agency. And I'm trying to remember, Jenny Gibbons was the Canadian Space Agency backup for Jeremy. And she was announced earlier than Andre Douglas was as the single Artemis II U.S. NASA backup astronaut. I remember this because it was coincident with the last time I was in New Orleans. It was in that middle of 2024 timeframe when Andre Douglas was announced as the backup U.S. crew member. That was almost a year. Actually, it was more than a year after the prime Artemis II crew members were announced, which was April of 2023. So the question, an additional question on top of this is, would they select a backup astronaut at the same time as they select the prime crew? And it's actually, again, historically kind of interesting because it's one of those things that we were talking about, since there's been a lot of, at least for me, I've been interested in an Artemis III crew selection for pretty much the entire life of this channel, going back to the beginning of 2024, because it was obvious even back then that under the previous approach, that you would want to name a crew especially for that lunar landing mission with all of those firsts, that they would need more time to train for it. But that philosophy has changed. But would they announce the backup crew this time? Again, given we don't have that much time, and we're certainly getting the hints that NASA's pushing hard to fly Artemis III as fast as, as soon as possible. And so again, it is interesting that in terms of the time frame for Artemis III, when they changed the mission at the end of February, it was announced as mid-2027, and then the next thing that I heard or saw was they dropped the mid part of it so that they just made it 2027. That sounded a lot like Gateway, where it's like, well, it could be anywhere between the 1st of January and the 31st of December of 2027. But now then subsequently, we've seen some interviews and reporting that NASA's, at least recently, within the last couple of weeks, that they're still thinking of Artemis III as something that could happen this time next year. So second quarter of calendar year 2027. So, April, May, June of 2027, they're pushing to launch Artemis III that soon. And all of the things that all of the implications of that. So they wouldn't have time, I wouldn't think, or they would have much less time to wait to announce a backup crew member for that, and they may not have time to wait if you were to have a situation where you needed to rotate a backup crew member in to Artemis III. So it is, again, and it's another one of those interesting possible implications of going fast and trying to launch the next mission and pressing, and increasing the schedule pressure for the next mission to, one of the implications might be that you don't have time to wait for one of those astronauts if you were to have some sort of a hypothetical injury or some sort of a situation where they needed to take some time off away from training. You might need that backup crew member. And then maybe broadening out a little bit, maybe it's a different type of a backup crew strategy for Artemis III if you really want to fly that mission in less than a year, essentially. You might need to have more than one backup crew member. But then, of course, that complicates the training for that, because if you remember for Apollo and the way that they did that, where they had full backup crews, they were basically training two sets of crews for the same mission simultaneously. So you wonder about the crew training regimen for, two full crews in a different era. So it's, the current era versus the Apollo era. So it's actually there's a lot of questions that kind of branch off of that. It's an interesting question. And so now we see the camera has panned so that we can see a lot more of the Pad 39A infrastructure that SpaceX is building out. So now we see the Starship picture. So you've got the Starship tower and the pad, and they're building up the launch mount there. The Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy pad that's used the original Pad 39 infrastructure, and the Falcon horizontal integration facility over here. And of course the mobile Launcher-1. And so you can now see part of the crawlerway that runs, I guess, west and east. And right now the crawler is carrying the mobile launcher on more of the north-south part of the crawlerway that runs from the split, the AB split, the split between pad 39A and 39B, when both of those used to be used, it's right now carrying it south on the fork that goes out on the crawlerway from the split out to pad B. So Kirk's asking about the schedule, the Artemis schedule for the next 3 years. We'll talk about, it's really less than 3 years, but the schedule that we heard at the very beginning of this rollout of the new plan was Artemis 3 in mid 2027, Artemis 4 in early 2028, and then Artemis 5 in late 2028. So that's the schedule we got. So there would be, if you consider, it depends on what one considers early in a year, whether April still counts as early 2026, whether today still counts as early 2026 or not. But if we make that assumption, then the plan would be to launch, for there to be 2 launches in the next 2 years and 3 launches in much less than the next 3 years. So they would have launched Artemis 3, 4, and 5 by the end of 2028, and they would have launched Artemis 3 and 4 by this time 2 years from now. So that's a good that's some since we're looking at it right now, that is a good point by Apollo Saturn 506, which is the Apollo 11 vehicle. But talking about plans for launching at pad 39A, I believe that they're launching less from there right now, but I think they may still, I don't know if they currently have an active pad that can launch the Falcon Heavy besides pad 39A. And so I believe that they're still going to use it. I know there's been some chatter about crew launches, perhaps from 39A, whether they'll do any more of those off of the Falcon infrastructure. But it's also possible that they don't need, they would still be able to launch Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy without that fixed service structure, assuming that it's really just there at this point for crew access to get on board Dragon. But you wouldn't necessarily need that for launching Starlinks and launching other payloads with the single stick Falcon 9 or the Falcon Heavy. So we're about 3.5 hours into the roll itself. The first motion was a little bit after 8 a.m. Eastern, or somewhere around 8 a.m. Eastern, and we're now about 11:30, a little after 11:30 a.m. Eastern. And so they're definitely making good progress. They're getting at least getting close to the turn that they're going to need to make. So they're headed more or less north to south, and when they'll make this, I think it's more than a 90-degree turn, but they're going to they're headed south right now, and they'll turn and be headed west back from the area where the LC-39 observation gantry is, and back to at least up to the front door for High Bay 3 of the VAB. And then we'll just have to see. Again, what I'd heard was that they were going to stop there for the day and then come back and finish tomorrow. But, maybe we'll see. if they make better time than they expected, whether they have enough time today to do that, or hurry, because there's still a lot of work to do to get the SLS hardware ready to begin stacking for Artemis III. That'll be going on in parallel with the additional refurbishment work that needs to be done on the mobile launcher inside. But that's probably another one of those things that's a little bit of an advantage, is assuming that everything that they needed to do in terms of repairs or refurbishment outside is done. Then this gets the mobile launcher out of the elements, and it will be, they'll be able to work on it. There are less weather holds, for instance, if you have severe weather, lightning, high winds, they should have fewer restrictions inside to do that work. So we're continuing to watch the Crawler Transporter 2 move the SLS mobile launcher, the what was originally the only SLS mobile launcher, and what has once again become the only SLS mobile launcher. I think over on the NSF NASA Spaceflight, one of their live streams, we saw them taking the crew access arm off of Mobile Launcher 2, and those have been. It took a few days for them to acknowledge it, but eventually NASA acknowledged that they're terminating Mobile Launcher 2, and so they're basically going to be essentially picking the carcass of Mobile Launcher 2 for spare parts. Originally, or not originally, but I mean, a year ago, the plan was the opposite, is that Mobile Launcher 1 would retire and then Mobile Launcher 2 would be used as the SLS mobile launcher, beginning with the fourth SLS launch. And that that dovetails into the question that Plain Text asked, which is how long did it take to turn the Delta cryogenic second stage design into ICPS, interim cryogenic propulsion stage, and what could NASA and United Launch Alliance do to accelerate Centaur 5 adaptation? It's an interesting question because we're hearing different things about that. So I think one of the many reasons that Centaur 5 was selected over Exploration Upper Stage, as an example, is because it was considered to be something that could fly with SLS faster than EUS. It's already flying on Vulcan, and so they would need to adapt, as Plain Text is saying in the question in chat. It would need to be adapted to SLS, but their assessment was that would be faster than finishing development of EUS and flying it by the end of 2028. And so the goal here that they announced less than 2 months ago was actually to fly Centaur 5 twice on SLS before the end of 2028 versus Exploration Upper Stage once by the end of 2028. There are tons of questions about what goes into certifying a new upper stage with SLS. And we do know, I was able to ask a few questions about that a couple of weeks ago, just prior to the Artemis II launch, but there's a lot of questions still. I think, if anything, a lot of the folks that I asked the questions about basically said, well, yeah, we have those questions too. We're still just going into that process. But to be fair, we have heard rumors and there have been leaks that NASA has been looking at this for considerably longer than the last 6-7 weeks. So it isn't like this is a completely foreign idea to them. They'd gone through some significant amount of I don't know about due diligence, but they'd laid some groundwork for making this decision less than 2 months ago. So the question is, so some of the things that we've heard are that they're going to, there would be, I guess they called it minimal structural modifications, or maybe none, or minimal structural testing, or maybe none. But I did get the sense in talking with a couple of SLS officials, again at the very end of March, right before the Artemis II launch, that they're certainly going to have to do wind tunnel testing because it's a new configuration with a new outer mold line. It will have different aerodynamics than the Block 1 vehicle. I don't know if it'll be called the launch vehicle stage adapter, but the connector between Centaur 5 and the core stage will be different than the launch vehicle stage adapter, which is the connector between ICPS and the core stage. It's going to be shorter. It's going to be, squat compared to the LVSA. There's just not the Centaur 5 is longer. So it's going to have to go in the wind tunnel. It wasn't necessarily clear what the timing was going to be on that, but I would imagine that they're going to get some information, and I don't know if it's a chicken and egg thing or not, but there's I think, I don't know whether the outcome, I don't know I don't know how much groundwork they did from an engineering standpoint, and how, again, it goes back to the old question of, are rockets Legos? Can you just can you just mix and match how smoothly is this going to go? And there are a couple of different ways to do this, big picture. So NASA could, or the United Launch Alliance, with being paid by NASA, of course, could adapt Centaur 5 to SLS, or NASA could adapt SLS to Centaur 5, or a little bit of both. But those are possibilities, and I've heard some rumors about the necessity to do both. And so it may be, again, if NASA leadership, it has no use for SLS beyond Artemis 5, or is not necessarily planning to sustain SLS after Artemis 5, and that would be up to the SLS prime contractors. They may be willing to make changes to SLS, either hardware changes or operational changes that they wouldn't necessarily be willing to do under different circumstances. And so we'll have to see how easy it is to big picture certify Centaur 5 and SLS, but if it's not that simple to adapt either one or the other or both of them to fly together. So there are a lot of questions about Centaur 5 flying with SLS because it's a different environment. Centaur 5 would have been heavily optimized for Vulcan, and it's not the same thing as SLS. And I would be very interested. Again, this is where details would be important, or maybe it's the angel in the details, but it's also just as possible that it's the devil in the details about what needs to be done to fly Centaur 5 on SLS. And can you really drop, is it a drop-in replacement? It might be a drop-in replacement for ULA, but it might not be a drop-in replacement for SLS and exploration ground systems. That's I think to be determined. Because I think the question is, if you have to make modifications, if you have to make anything that's sort of, again, double negative, but anything that's not insignificant, if you have to make significant changes to Centaur 5, that might be just a non-starter. It may be that ULA's not willing to enter into a contract where they have to make significant changes to Centaur 5. And again, who knows if the contract and the amount of money in the contract would be enough to make it worth their while. And if from a business standpoint, you'd have to wonder if it's not worth their while, why they would sign that contract. If it's going to end up being a net loss for them, why they would do that. And so if that's the case, and it's just a non-starter to make structural or other changes to Centaur 5, that leaves SLS. So how fast can those be changed? How fast can that happen? So we're continuing to watch Crawler Transporter 2 move Mobile Launcher-1 from Launchpad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center, where Artemis II lifted off a little bit more than 2 weeks ago. and take the mobile launcher back to the vehicle assembly building, eventually rolling into High Bay 3 to begin, or to continue preparations for Artemis III. Zachary's asking in chat a few minutes ago about sort of my well, the question is how pleased was I with NASA's Artemis II coverage? I'd say overall I was pleased. I think I still think they could do more or provide more opportunities before and after the mission, but I think that's again based on the agency communication, the agency's priorities in terms of resources and infrastructure does not prioritize communications. And so given the amount of resources that go into communications, it makes sense that they really have to concentrate their efforts around the mission. That has its weaknesses when missions only fly every 3 years. That might not be as big of a deal if they're really flying on an average every year. But there's still a lot of work that goes on outside of the missions. And if you think about it, again, there are 52 weeks in a year. Artemis II is only going to consume 2 of those weeks, more or less. And so I think it is news what happens the other 50 weeks of the year. And so I don't think there's as much the resources that NASA has are not enough necessarily to do that. But there's also the question of even if whether or not NASA can provide opportunities to cover what goes on in between missions better. There's already in this private business era, there's the obvious question of whether they want to or whether the contractors and the industry want them to. But I suppose that's neither here nor there. I do think that the mission coverage was good. I do think that the constraints that they have now based on export control or proprietary information are limit what they can do. I think, again, having gotten a little bit of insight into, for instance, NSF NASA Spaceflight's coverage of Artemis II, they the large broadcast organizations, and I would consider, relative size, setting aside the idea of the relative size of, a NSF or a Spaceflight Now or space.com, those organizations versus, some of these old traditional news networks like the ABCs and the NBCs and the CBSs, or the Fox News. Setting aside the relative sizes of those organizations were given access to hardwired feeds at Kennedy Space Center. It would be nice if the agency had the resources. In theory, again, I don't know how many YouTube live streams they can broadcast simultaneously, but it would have been nice for them to provide a little bit more than the single streams. One of the things that I have to go back and ask them for is a clean feed of, for instance, the launch. It would be nice to have a clean feed of basically what we saw during the mission. There was that live Orion views live stream, but I don't think that spooled up until after liftoff. It would be nice to go back at least to the beginning of terminal count and have a clean feed of the Orion to Earth communications channel, because that's where the launch team went about 15 to 20 minutes before liftoff, and just have that clean feed all the way through certainly all the way through the launch and the insertion. But I do think that the coverage with the commentary was good. And that's probably not even fair. I think I was impressed by both the launch commentary and the commentary by the public affairs officers in mission control, from liftoff all the way through splashdown. I thought it was excellent. But I also would like I would still like there to be access to both at the same time. So especially when you want to go back, sometimes you want to hear the communications between either the launch team and the crew, or the crew and mission control, just clean, hence the name clean feed, for certainly for reference purposes. But I thought the coverage was was really good. But I would certainly be interested. I probably have I would have more. There's more that they could do. I'm not sure. Maybe that's not a good way of putting it. I think there's more that they used to do that I think would make it even better. But I also understand the forces involved, and they have to do their own cost benefit calculations. They don't have enough resources to provide details and multiple streams. So given the fact they can only provide one stream and only speak to one audience, it has to be the broadest possible audience. And certainly I think they did, if you were grading them based on on the audience that they were talking to, then they certainly would get an A+ on that. I think if you're to look at more selective audiences, and for things like my channel where I'm covering Artemis all the time in between missions or not, they could, then I would say that there's more that they could do, but I don't know that they have the resources to do that anymore. So it really does look like they've made the turn. It's not the it looks like they've made the turn from, they were going south to get to the AB split in the crawlerway, and now they've turned to the west, and are on their way. It's going to be it's going to take a while, but they're in the home stretch, I guess, back to High Bay 3 of the vehicle assembly building. So it would be interesting. So, we're talking about coverage, and again, talking about coverage in between missions. Those are, there are outstanding questions about, it would certainly be interesting to go down that rabbit hole of what's involved in refurbishing the mobile launcher, the structures, the systems, and how they go about doing that, going back to, minutes and minutes after the liftoff, after the vehicle is headed into orbit. They want to get on that, and they were talking about making as early an assessment of the, doing triage for damage. You do a damage assessment, and then you triage what are the areas that have the most significant damage, and trying to, mitigate the long-term effects of that as quickly as possible. It's like, based on severity, which areas you devote more resources to do repairs or to refurbish, or to mitigate long-term impacts. But it would be interesting to get a sense of the damage assessment in a little bit more detail. Again, we have gotten sort of the characterization that the mobile launcher came through Artemis II in much better shape than Artemis I. They were able to get into the pad washdowns and get and rinse off as much of the SRB exhaust residue, which is very corrosive, within the timeframes they were talking about. They were talking about getting in and doing a significant number of those washdowns within the first 24 hours. In fact, much less than that. And so it sounds like they were able to do that and mitigate those problems. Because as I was saying earlier in the live stream, the biggest long-term impact after Artemis I, and the most extensive damage that occurred to the mobile launcher, actually was to a lot of the pneumatic tubing on there, which was heavily corroded because they had an initial pneumatic line busted by the launch itself, which meant they couldn't do the washdowns, which meant that SRB exhaust stayed on a lot of surfaces of the mobile launcher for an extended period of time, which caused significantly more corrosion. And they ended up they weren't able to repair as much of it. They ended up having to just yank it and replace it. And they ended up having to take a lot of tubing from Mobile Launcher 2, which was built at the time for Mobile Launcher 2, and then had to obviously build more of it for Mobile Launcher 2. So, but then the question is what else needs to happen before, you have not just physical damage, but then just in terms of refurbishment, you clean the systems or repair the systems, or both. But then there would be sort of a diagnostic checkout of all of the systems on the mobile launcher once it's back in the VAB, and how they go through that systematically. What subsystems are necessary, needs to be ready to support the beginning of stacking of the next vehicle, for instance. Maybe some of those don't necessarily need to be fixed before you start stacking. That is, those are solid rocket motors, and so that's one of the reasons why they didn't want to be doing any welding inside. So that's and prioritizing any of that work while the mobile launcher was still out at the pad, because then if they need to do other types of repairs, and those are not critical to stacking the solid rocket boosters, then those can go on in parallel. But again, it's going to be interesting to see, because again, if they're really talking about a target launch in the second quarter of next year, that only gives them a year to have everything ready. what does that mean in terms of how quickly they need to begin stacking Artemis III? And it has all of those other questions. So we're gonna the crew news conference is coming up here in about 2.5 hours if I have the time correct. If I recall correctly, it was 2:30 p.m. Eastern. So we're just passing the noon on the East Coast in the Eastern time zone. But if they're going to fly in a year, how long can they wait to select and announce a crew? Certainly the announcement probably isn't necessary, but it's also something that's not going to, I would imagine, that's a secret that would be hard to keep for an extended period of time. So it will be interesting to see where the target date for Artemis III goes from here, whether it converges on, April or May of 2027, or whether it converges in a different place on the calendar. It does look like the crawler has paused, at least for a few minutes. But that does happen from time to time during these rolls. Okay. So it actually sounds like maybe they're going to stop. It sounds like this might be a stopping point. So rather than stopping in front of the door, they may be stopping. I don't know if this is the stopping point, or they may be stopping. But stopping sooner than I'd heard earlier. So we'll have to see whether they resume motion from here, or whether this is where they call it a day. So I'm just running through checking some information sources. They have got a significant amount of the roll done, perhaps half of it. And it may be that so we'll have to see whether we can hang on here for a little bit. But if that's the case, then it might make sense to, well, it definitely makes sense it definitely makes sense if they're going to stop here for the day, and I'll hang on here for a little bit. But They might stop here. One of the reasons that they might stop here or farther away from the VAB is just based on crew time. It depends on when they started today. If I recall correctly, I'd heard a call to stations. So there's a lot of work that they did before they started rolling. So they may have started. Hours before sunrise there. So it's possible they started at 4 a.m. local or even earlier than that. And so, under the circumstances where it is not so urgent. Pardon me, it's not so urgent for them to get this done on one shift or another. As an example of that urgency, when they rolled out to the pad, then they only had so much contingency time when they rolled out this last time about a month ago before that April 1st target date. And so even a shift, an 8-hour work shift or a 12-hour work shift is very valuable within 2 weeks of time or less than 2 weeks of time. In this case, 8 hours or 12 hours, they have enough margin or flexibility in their schedule so that they can afford to let the move team work maybe a normal shift time, but just at an odd time of day. I'm trying to see where I saw that, but I think they've done this before, although I think for past rolls, they've more often than not parked, just outside the front door, so to speak, of the VAB. But I think they've done this before. They have stopped here before. So what I'll do is I'll keep the live stream going here for a little bit. If anybody has any more questions, go ahead and throw those in chat. But I'll hang on here for a little while. And but if they're stopped for the day, then maybe it makes sense to come back tomorrow, depending on if they keep this live stream up. In case anybody just for perspective or context here, the feed is being provided by NASA. So this is coming from, I don't know if this is coming from the OSB2 balcony but this is coming from somewhere around the Kennedy Space Center News Center or press site in the area. But this is this view is being provided by NASA, and then I'm trying to add a little bit of context on top of that and a little bit of commentary. But if that's the case, then it might actually work out be more useful to call it quits on this live stream in a little while, and then come back tomorrow morning when they finish. Once it goes behind the launch control center, again, depending on what the vantage point is of this camera, then it might be more difficult to see, but I can certainly come back tomorrow and take some more questions and watch them finish this if that's the case. So I'll come back in a couple minutes here. I will be back in a minute. Well, it does. It looks like they're rolling again, so they're not done yet. But here's the this is the in the this is the blog post that NASA Public Affairs posted about half an hour after they began rolling. So this is a few hours old, but you can it says here that they began rolling about 8:11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and then it says, oh, and I lost that. Let's see if it will stay. But it says the mobile launcher is expected to pause operations on Thursday to give ground teams an opportunity to rest, and they will resume operations and proceed to the vehicle assembly building on Friday, tomorrow. But it looks like they have not. It looks like they're not quite done yet, and it's possible that they're going to make a a little bit of a real-time call in terms of where they stop. Although, again, we can't really see. We can't really see where, for instance, the observation gantry is. It'd be somewhere off to the right from this point of view. So it's hard to estimate where they are on the crawler way, other than that they've now turned and are moving more or less from east to west. So I definitely have time to. I definitely have time to hang around until we have a little bit of a better idea about where they're going to stop. Because sometimes they'll stop for maintenance or something in that general area. Take a look at something might be getting a little bit too warm, so they'll stop to cool that down or to let it cool down. So we'll have to see where they're going to. We'll have to see where they're going today. But that really could be anywhere. And one of the things that they don't have, but then the weather might make it a moot point, would be things like lightning protection. They would have taken a look at the weather and the forecast for the next 24 hours. And so if they're not expecting any type of severe weather or anything like that, then it's not as critical where they park the crawler and the mobile launcher overnight. It may be that the move team has a stopping time, and that the location where they stop is flexible versus a location where they're going to stop. But then there may still be, as I was saying a little earlier, they do stop from time to time. If one of the systems or one or the other of the systems gets a little bit overheated, they'll stop to let those cool down or help them cool down. But right now that it appears that the crawler continues to move closer to the VAB. And so we should see, you can see some of the crawler way here behind the buildings, and you can see some vehicles moving on the road to the side of the crawler way. So if the crawler makes it a little bit farther over here into this area, we should at least get a little bit more of a sense of where they are. A little bit more from that blog post. It says, hang on a sec. It says, once the mobile launcher, returns to the VAB, teams will continue to perform additional checkouts, inspections, and data analysis, and begin making repairs to the flame hull panels, elevators, pneumatic panels, and umbilicals that were damaged. But then it also says, application of lessons learned from Artemis I to harden and reinforce ground support equipment at the pad proved successful as the mobile launcher and Launchpad sustained minimal damage from the 8.8 million pounds of thrust expelled at booster ignition, although again, we saw different, definitely 8+ million pounds of thrust. My understanding is that based on the solid rocket booster thrust trace, that the maximum amount of thrust occurs about 20 seconds after ignition. So the liftoff thrust, which also occurs with the RS-25 engines at 100% thrust, was said to be around 8.3 million pounds. And then immediately after liftoff, the RS-25s throttle up to 109%. And then the booster's thrust curve gradually increases to the maximum about 20 seconds after liftoff. But still going to take a beating from 8.5 million pounds of thrust versus closer to 9 million pounds of thrust. And as it says, the damage sustained was
minimal, is what it says. So we're continuing to watch Crawler Transporter 2 moving Mobile Launcher 1 from Launchpad 39B back to the vehicle assembly building. Although NASA Kennedy Space Center Public Affairs says that they're going to stop somewhere short of the vehicle assembly building today and then finish tomorrow. So that could be anywhere between here and right in front of the doors, for instance. There was the mobile launcher has paused a couple of times, but just for short periods of time. So it might be a little bit difficult to tell exactly when they wrap up for the day. But as long as it is still in motion, and you can see one of the water trucks down here. As long as it's still in motion, that's suggestive that they're not quite done for the day yet. Going back a little ways in chat, earlier Joe was talking about crew rating the HLS lunar lander prototypes that would be used for Artemis III. So I think the objectives, or the in a broad sense, the objectives for Artemis III, since it would be an Earth orbit rendezvous and docking test, would be to support as much as possible of crew rating. So that would be things like life support systems, crew systems, as much of the crew systems as in terms of providing the astronauts with situational awareness. So, systems functionality, caution and warning, things like that. And then maybe to some extent, flying controls. That type of stuff will definitely be and is already in Orion, but some of the similar analogous systems for the crew. So they know what's going on. They at least have some ability to dig into systems health and performance, and then maybe to fly the lunar landers. Although again, that's, I think, still a little bit of an open question about how much manual control the astronauts will have of the lunar landers and how much of it will be fully automated and really more than whether or not it's fully automated is whether how much manual control can be taken over. How much, to what extent that is. But there's a range of capabilities that they may be able to provide by this time next year. Maybe it's, it might be, we've seen I was talking about an interview or a story that Jeff Faust wrote for in this specific case for the Space Review. So that's it's on the spacereview.com. But of course he also writes for Space News. But one of the stories that was published early this week refers to an interview that he did with the HLS deputy program manager. And so on the spectrum of possibilities for Artemis III could be sort of, I guess, on the short end, could be a non-docking test if you were going to fly both prototypes for both lunar landers and then also the spacesuits. It's possible that we might see something short of a docking with one or both of those prototypes. Something similar to what we saw on Artemis II with Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. The difference in the added test objectives that you could still achieve with that, though, would be that Orion would have to rendezvous with lunar landers from a long distance, a far field rendezvous, and then get close enough to do a proximity operations type demonstration. I think obviously for NASA and for the Orion program, they would desire demonstration of the docking hardware as well, both docking and undocking. So, that all of these things remain to be seen. Exactly what's going to go into the flight plan for Artemis III. And it could change multiple times from whenever they define a baseline mission. Yeah, and as Joe's saying in chat right now, well, there's a lot of different variables involved. So, by defining Artemis III as a orbital mission, even if it's an Earth orbital mission, by definition, there's no landing that's going to be attempted by those HLS prototypes. Obviously, Orion will be returning to Earth and landing, but there won't be a lunar landing by those prototypes. I guess you could return, again, conceptually, you could return the Starship back to Earth and refurbish it and reuse it. But Artemis III is trying to do risk reduction for Orion rendezvous, proximity operations, and docking and undocking. Similarly for life support for the lunar landers, and then also, again, the ability to support rendezvous, proximity, and operations, or rendezvous, proximity operations, docking, and undocking from the lunar lander perspective, either as a passive target, an active chaser, or both. And so, independent of Artemis III, there's a requirement for both of them, or whoever NASA chooses to fly Artemis for, to fly an uncrewed lunar landing demonstration before Artemis IV. It's just that uncrewed lunar landing demonstration by Starship HLS or Blue Moon or both would be flown independently of Artemis III. You could still use those spacecraft after Artemis III But that mission would be separate, independent of Artemis III. So by the time whatever spacecraft gets to the moon to do that uncrewed landing demonstration, the Artemis III crew is going to be back on Earth. So yeah, it's going to be, and so as Joe's talking about in chat, I think generalizing more, there's going to be a minimum number of flight test objectives, I think, that are going to be that need to be defined. I don't, not necessarily in public, but there it seems like there would be a minimum set of objectives for the mission, and if you can't accomplish those, then you wait until you have the hardware and the capabilities ready to do that. I would, again, that's an assumption, but it may also be that really the most important thing is to just fly. And if that's the case, you wonder if NASA leadership would be willing to accept no participation outside of Orion and SLS. I think if we were to see something like that, that would be an indication of just how important it is to the White House to expend the remaining obligations for Orion and SLS, which basically at this point are only defined through Artemis V. And so we have not heard anything to that effect yet, but it's hard to rule that out given how important it's been for the White House going back more than a year to end the government obligations to operate and manage and pay for operations of Orion and SLS. And so it may be that that's more important than even the lunar landing, because it would seem like, as Joe's saying in chat, that if you can't do a minimum set of objectives that help you get closer to the lunar landing, then you have to wait. And we just don't know. We just don't know that much about the state of ability for SpaceX and Blue Origin to have what kind of capabilities they're going to have ready in a year. And then that, if you broaden out, we have more information and a little bit better context, a little bit better perspective about the readiness of exploration ground systems, for instance, with the mobile launcher that we're looking at here, and with the Orion and SLS hardware that's still being built for Artemis III. But it certainly remains an open question about whether they would be ready. And I think if you really were talking about a tax day launch date for Artemis III in 2027, I think that would still be a pretty significant challenge for EGS, Orion, and SLS to be ready to do that. But at least we have some sense of how those programs get from here and the hardware they have to an Artemis III, to being ready to launch their part of Artemis III. We really don't have, we have much less of an idea about what hardware, what infrastructure, what the plan is, what the roadmap is for Starship HLS and for Blue Moon. But to be fair, that's kind of been the way it's been for years. So it may also, I would not surprise me if this is just the way it's going to be, and we're not going to know whether HLS is ready until they're ready. And it may just be an open question for the rest for this entire year. And that's a good point that Peter's making in chat now. So it isn't, if you broaden out and look at the lunar landing goal, then it isn't just Artemis 3. Artemis 3 is an important opportunity to retire some risk before you fly Artemis 4 in the lunar landing. But yeah, it isn't just about the hardware for Artemis 3. It's also production of the Artemis 4 hardware, if we're talking about Orion and SLS, but then also the new upper stage possibly for Artemis 4, but then also for the development of the hardware by SpaceX and Blue Origin that could support. One of those two providers is going to support Artemis 4, and so yeah, in the case of the Artemis 4 hardware and where that stands, the hardware that we're aware of. So Peter's talking in chat about the European service module from the European Space Agency. So that's the prime contractor for the ESM is Airbus. They've already delivered the ESM for Artemis 4. And in fact, that's already been mated to the crew module adapter for Artemis 4. And that basically forms the service module for Artemis 4. It's just we're a little bit more in the dark about that build is with the crew module for Artemis 4, the Orion crew module. But that's one of the more complicated pieces of the spacecraft. But so that's probably the pacing item for Artemis for the Artemis 4 Orion is the crew module, and Airbus seemed to be the closest to getting to that annual production and delivery cadence. And so we may see ESM-5 delivered to Kennedy Space Center before the end of this year. They delivered, I'm trying to remember when they delivered ESM-4. I think it was it in the middle of the fall? But if they were to improve their cadence even a little bit more, they would be ready to, that ESM-5 could be ready to ship from Bremen, Germany, which is where Airbus's assembly, integration, and test facility is, to the Kennedy Space Center by the end of this year. But going back to the Artemis 4 build, so that's where we know that the service module for the Orion for Artemis 4 is assembled, but then they needed to do some additional integration. So things like orbital tube welding for the fluids that run between the crew module adapter and the ESM, additional wire harnesses, additional integration. For the SLS vehicle, we have to, there's setting aside the question of the upper stage that's going to be used. The solid rocket boosters for Artemis 4 are complete and in storage. The RS-25 engines are complete and in storage. The core stage was approaching being structurally complete or fully structurally assembled, but not quite. So the last element of the stage that needed to be welded was the liquid oxygen tank. But that's still a lot of work to go from the structures to a fully functional rocket stage. The engine section was in the transfer aisle of the vehicle assembly building at Kennedy Space Center. They're eventually going to move it into High Bay 2 into a an integration area on the floor. But then we get into a little bit more of the of some of the cross currents between Artemis III and Artemis IV, which is this question of what's the upper stage. Because it's possible that United Launch Alliance could just pull one of the Centaur 5 stages off of the production line, or it may already be completed, and say that's the unit we want to fly on Artemis 4. The question, though, is, can you fly that stage on SLS without making any changes to either Centaur 5 or SLS? And I think that question is still very much an open question. What they will need to do is they will need to build a new adapters. They'll need to build new adapters that connect Centaur 5 to the core stage and also to Orion. So those need to be designed, and then they need to do all of the structural loads analysis, static loads, dynamic loads, aerodynamic loads. So they need to design those adapters. They need to put that vehicle into wind tunnels and start doing testing on that. So there are questions. There are some interrelationships between the hardware for Artemis III and Artemis IV, especially on the SLS side, because there's an option of flying what they're calling a spacer on Artemis III. The idea being that the SLS core stage and boosters by themselves could get Orion to a fairly decent Earth orbit just on their own without an upper stage. And so if you were to fly something that had the outer mold line that mimicked the outer mold line of ICPS and some of the mass properties, that you could fly Artemis III with that and save the last ICPS unit for Artemis IV. And then the advantage there in theory would be that it would give SLS and United Launch Alliance more time to work out the integrations with Centaur 5. But it may not, but we don't know whether that's how time consuming that will be, or whether they could be ready to fly in less than 2 years. We don't know whether it's going to take less time or more time. But that would give you a little bit more flexibility, because then the additional integration that needs to be done is to modify this mobile launcher to support Centaur 5 and to launch Centaur 5. So you can start to see, as this gets closer and we can see that it's still moving, you can see some of these umbilical arms a little bit. So here is the core stage intertank umbilical arm. You can start to see these little brackets here right above that are where the contingency pad access system platforms were going to be hung. And then above that, you have the core stage forward skirt umbilical. And actually right below that is the vehicle stabilizer. Those both attach, obviously, to the core stage forward skirt. Then you have the interim cryogenic propulsion stage umbilical. And then the Orion service module umbilical and the crew access arm are up here. So I would I think the expectation is that they will either replace the ICPSU or heavily modify it to support Centaur 5. But they have to work through what that is. So yeah, there's a lot of questions about. There's going to be a lot of questions for the time being. It's going to be interesting to see how long it takes to get some level of clarity, and I don't know about certainty, but just a little bit of clarity on what's possible for Artemis 3 and when, and similarly what's possible for Artemis 4 and when. Especially if you're talking about, again, there are questions about the lunar landers, but then we have these outstanding questions about how SLS is going to support Artemis 3 and Artemis 4, and for that matter, Artemis 5. But yeah, there's the big question still is kind of when, because I think it's hard to envision there's enough benefit to fly Artemis 3 for the cost involved if without at least one of the lunar landers or a prototype for it. But I guess we'll see. Well, so it looks like they have not stopped for the day, and I guess they talked about a couple of different. They talked about a time when they might stop and a location where they might stop, but it looks like they've passed the location that we talked about, but that I saw somebody talking about. But if there was some talk about stopping mid-afternoon, and considering that it's still early afternoon, maybe they do get. I don't know if they're going to get all the way up to the door of the VAB, but I guess is still on the table that in the next couple 3 hours or however long they're going, that they might be able to get fairly close to that. And that was kind of my understanding, and also just a pattern that we've seen in the past when they've taken the mobile launcher from the pad back to the VAB. When it's quote unquote empty, because if I think that there's a different set of rules that they'd be operating by if they had a vehicle stacked on the mobile launcher for a rollback. But typically the pattern is to park just outside the doors, more or less. So if you recall back about a month when they rolled out, the crawler brings the mobile launcher out across completely outside of the threshold and the doorway to the high bay, and then sometime after that they stop and they retract the crew access arm into the position that it's currently in before they then continue out to the pad. So in reverse, then they'll do the reverse as well. So when they get close to the door, they'll stop and extend the arm before they roll in. And what we've seen in the past is that they'll defer that, extending the crew access arm and rolling into the VAB to the next day. Under the circumstances, if the weather is relatively calm, then that would be something that they would. That seems like a possibility, but it's also possible that they could also choose to stop at some other location. But I'll take the fact that you see the one of the water trucks continuing to spray down the crawler way, that the plan is to at least continue for a little while longer. Yeah, right now, as Peter's saying in chat, I'm not sure if they're saving diesel fuel, but this is probably a little more expensive than it might have been a couple of months ago in terms of fuel. So setting aside, not for long, but some of these questions, and I think I was talking about this in the members only live stream last night. There are a lot of questions and work that are kind of running in parallel tracks. So the whole question of like what upper stage is going to be, what SLS upper stage would be used on Artemis III is, at least at the moment, kind of running in on a parallel track with, what comes next and stacking the SLS vehicle up until you get to that point. And so what comes next for the mobile launcher is as they mentioned in the blog post this morning, they'll be doing repairs and refurbishment and getting the mobile launcher ready to begin stacking the Artemis III SLS booster motor segments. And in parallel, they have begun offloading the two aft segments for those solid rocket boosters in the rotation building of the overall rotation processing and search facility. And those two segments will go in the build-up stands in the rotation building and be integrated with the other hardware that composes an aft assembly. So that includes the aft skirts and the nozzle extensions, which are also called exit cones, aft core stage attach hardware, instrumentation, probably some things like thermal curtain installation, although that may be somewhat partially done before they stack, but also some thermal protection system detailing, I guess. But those will then, once those are ready and once the mobile launcher is ready, then I don't know that they're going to wait very long to begin stacking, but we don't have a time frame for that yet. The next possible visible milestone in terms of Artemis III preparations, though, is, as far as I know, still scheduled for next Monday, which is when the top 4/5 of the SLS core stage are going to be rolled out of the machine assembly facility in New Orleans, and they'll roll that out to the barge, NASA's Pegasus barge, and then that will be towed and tugged to what we're looking at here, the Kennedy Space Center. In fact, depending on where they stop today, we may see the mobile launcher pass the turn basin. But in the next week to 2 weeks, we could see the rest of the Artemis III SLS core stage arrive at Kennedy Space Center, and then that'll roll into the vehicle assembly building for final assembly with the engine section, which is already in the VAB. But that final assembly will be, I think, is at a to be announced date or time frame. I'm trying to think what would be after that. So we'll definitely see the core stage. If not live in New Orleans, definitely from the press that has a permanent presence at the Kennedy Space Center press site. When the core stage rolls off when the barge arrives at the turn basin, you'll see that on the different live streams, and then you'll see the roll into the VAB into the low bay. But I'm trying to think what would be next. It's possible that would be the next milestone, although we wouldn't see it live, which would be to do that final join of the upper 4/5 of the core stage to the other to the engine section. I think the desire is still for that to happen in this spring quarter. So sometime between now and the end of June. And then, well, of course, there's also Orion. There's also Orion milestones. So maybe before we see that, or somewhere in there, we might see the next visible Orion, Artemis III Orion milestone would be well, it could be a couple of things. It could be either the service module direct field acoustic test. And it's not like we aren't going to see the test, but we might see a picture of the service module with the spacecraft adapter cone in that acoustic test, sort of being set up in the middle around with the speakers for that test surrounding it. But then another milestone that we would be looking for in the near future would be mating the Artemis III crew module with its heat shield. So that could be relatively soon. And I have to go back and find, because I know we were asking generically about some of those milestones. And so I thought Howard Hugh, who's the NASA Orion program manager, had mentioned, I thought he said something like in the next, or maybe by the end of this month, or something like that, for when they would be getting ready to do that stacking, so to speak, of the Orion crew module with the heat shield. And then after that, they would then progress and get the crew module ready for its direct field acoustic test. And then that they're talking about mating the crew module and service module together in the summertime. Yeah, that's so. Peter in chat's wondering about how much infrastructure they would need to fly Artemis 3 and Artemis 4 on the schedules they're talking about. If Artemis 3 were to fly this time next year, that would give them more time to get ready for Artemis 4. But I think, again, I don't know about a chicken and egg situation, but there's it becomes a bigger, or it is a bigger challenge for all of the programs to be ready to fly Artemis 3 sooner than later. But then again, that's the point, I think, of pushing the NASA leadership is now pushing hard for them to be ready as faster. But I don't. JC was asking about integration self photo. I don't know. Maybe I may have missed some photos that were dropped on or published today, but I'm not exactly sure what you're asking there. Oh, okay. Just in terms of, oh, I mean, NASA's been trying as hard as they can to release imagery uh, as soon as they can after it happens, but a lot of it does have to still go through export control. In particular, when the hardware is not fully assembled, and so that's one of the reasons we really don't see, you never see the Orion crew module sort of naked, unobstructed, or there's always something or somebody intentionally blocking views of the crew module during large portions of its production, assembly, and test, because it Lockheed Martin does not want that to be seen. It's either proprietary or it violates export control or a little bit of both. And so there is unfortunately a blackout period during these builds for not just Orion, but it's much more obvious for the Orion builds that go on. So once the structure for the crew module is assembled, and then they start putting tubing and wire harnesses and equipment on, it becomes it that can't be shown until you've basically completely buttoned it up. So as I was just talking about stacking the heat shield on there and then going into direct field acoustic test, they'll put on the back shell panels over the over that part of the crew module, and then once you do that, then you can look at it. Actually, I take that back. You can look at it anytime. It's just that you're not allowed to share that with the public. But once they put the back shell panels on, again, that was around the time that the crew went out and saw Orion. I think it was in 2023. I'm trying to remember now. Or maybe it was 2024. Probably would have been, I guess it would have been 2 years ago. But yeah, when they release imagery, then we do tend to want to take a look and see. We're looking for the more historical dates, or the dates when the images are taken, as opposed to when they're published. The difference between the two is more illustrative of, the disclosure environment that we're in right now, where things are no longer fully public. But we're looking for, in terms of the milestones and when they happen themselves, then it is more useful to see. We want to know when the imagery was taken. So yeah, that's a good just for awareness. The Artemis II crew is going to be doing a news conference in about a little bit more than an hour. So I believe 2:30 p.m. Eastern. I guess I'll have to double check. But if you go to the NASA YouTube site, you can. Yeah, that's it. It's still scheduled for 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Pacific, 1:30 p.m. Central. So in a little bit more than an hour. And I guess we will see about what to do with the stream. I'm certainly going to keep my eyes on this stream and maybe listen to what the crew's saying, but I'm not planning on getting in the long line to ask questions. I don't know that there's going to be it's going to be next to impossible, or just plain old impossible, for them to entertain every question that everybody wants to ask. And so they're just going to have to pick up they're just going to have to pick a time to end the news conference. Otherwise they would be there till not even tomorrow, probably longer than that. So I'm not planning on getting in that line, because I just don't think I've had no success getting in those lines, basically. So it's not, and to be fair, the interest and the questions are much more broad, and I don't know. We were just talking about export control and what can be said technically, and I don't know. I don't know how much the crew can speak to those either. They would have some of the same restrictions on what they can say too. And in fact, we hear them all the time. Forget about export control. One of the things that we heard before the briefings would start during Artemis II, either pre-launch or during the mission itself, was, again, we're talking about audience. I can't remember whether they just said flatly no acronyms, but that was kind of the brief was, please don't use acronyms, because there just aren't that many people that know what they are. And so that tells you what type of an audience that they're going for, generally speaking. And then the folks that do know what those acronyms are, they can still understand what's going on. But the reason they use those acronyms is if you were trying to say something very complicated in as short amount of time as possible. That's what those are there for. It's shorthand. And so when you're going fast and when things are going fast, that's what it's used for. But it's a language that ends up being spoken when you aren't necessarily in a hurry. But it isn't something that people generally spend a lot of time on. Now, having said that, I've spent the last decade and a half on that, and going back to when I was a kid. So I'm okay with acronyms, but I know that pretty much everybody else is not. So anyway, we'll see. I guess it's going to depend on where, in terms of wrapping up. What I may do is I may just leave this up. I may see if it's possible. I'm not sure if it's possible to pipe the audio in from the news conference, but I might be able to pipe I might try and do that, is to try and pipe the news conference audio in with this video feed, because I don't believe there's any audio other than maybe ambient audio with this feed that we're getting from NASA. It still looks like they are continuing to press, and I would imagine that they'll continue. We'll see when they. I don't think we're going to know that they've stopped without a little bit of hindsight, but I wouldn't be surprised if they continue a little farther into when the news conference begins. And so if I can imagine most of you are going to want to concentrate on the news conference and the crew and hear what, hear about the crew's experiences and, what they have to say about the mission a few days later. So yeah, those trucks that are parked in front of the crawler are spraying down the crawler way, which is special rocks that are brought in. The idea is to, because of the weight of the mobile launcher and the vehicle, I think the mobile launcher itself is well over 11 million pounds. And so rather than paved roads, they use this, which it does a better job of minimizing damage to both the crawler and to the road itself. But as the treads roll over those rocks, they will crack and get crushed. And so the water minimizes the amount of dust, which you don't necessarily want to get into moving equipment. Oh, sounds like the browser is. I'm gonna have to close this. I could hear the computer that I have the chat up on doing like a CPU runaway. It's like, oh yeah, so that means it just ran out of resources and I have to restart it. But anyway, talking about the crew news conference, that's also being carried on but it will be carried on a separate live stream by NASA. And so, if I can't figure out how to show the video of one or both of them with the audio of the crew news conference here, you can certainly go to youtube.com/NASA and go look in the live streams there, and you'll get a direct link to that. And so certainly no worries. But we're still an hour away from that. So you can hear some cleaning going on in the other room. So there's a little bit of background noise. And probably what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take another little break here, and then come back in a little bit. And if you have any questions, feel free to throw those in chat. But I think, yeah, certainly during the while the crew news conference is going on, it's gonna make sense to just to just listen, basically. But I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to grab something to eat ahead of the news conference. But I'll be back in a few minutes. So I can't quite get in there to get something to eat right now, but I will have time before the news conference. But I guess, so we'll just continuing to monitor the progress of rolling Mobile Launcher 1 back from Launchpad 39B to the vehicle assembly building. And again, the plan is for them to stop at some point before they finish. So they'll pick either a time or a location or both where they will call it a day and then come back tomorrow and finish. But they don't necessarily need to, since there's no flight hardware on the mobile launcher right now, they have a little bit more latitude in terms of doing this. If there was a flight vehicle on the mobile launcher, they would have planned to completely finish, within one day, so to speak. It's just getting it's a little harder to tell motion from this perspective. but they are still continuing to move. Actually, that'll be that'll be interesting too. In the crew news conference, when they used to do post-flight news conferences, the crew would often bring would do a little bit of show and tell. They'd bring stills and video that to show some parts of the mission. Considering it's less than a week since they splashed down, I don't know how much time they've had to assemble any of that. But it's also possible that they may be doing another one of these news conferences somewhere down the road. Yeah, I had to go back in the stream on another computer to take a look at that. But yeah, it looks like if you saw on the NSF Kennedy Space Center, the NSF NASA spaceflight live stream from the Kennedy Space Center press site, a little earlier in the day, crews removed the crew access arm from Mobile Launcher 2, and it did look like that was driven into that area that, again, it's probably a storage area. There may be an indoor hangar, indoor storage for some of the hardware that's already been removed from Mobile Launcher 2, and that's going to be used, or that's going to be, at least for the time being, used as possible spare hardware for Mobile Launcher 1. But that looks like that's out in that converter compressor facility area, although there are other buildings and other, it could be outdoor storage too. There's always a question of where to put things. I wonder if we're seeing it being driven back, sort of winding through those service roads to the north of the crawlerway. I don't know if that's the same hardware or not, but it did look like the white room and the crew access arm. But we're seeing something over here. It's possible that they're relocating additional or other hardware that had just been, that was around the East Park site. Up, talking while muted again. All right, let me go back to the top. Just sort of quickly. So this is the again, this is the solid rocket. These are the two solid rocket booster aft segments for the Artemis III SLS boosters. The segments are in these white cars. This is when they arrived in the Kennedy Space Center area. This picture was taken a little bit more than a week ago, back on April 8th. This is a shot that was taken on Saturday morning, April 11th, of the top 4/5 of the Artemis III SLS core stage. And what I was gesturing about here in the background, this is a transportation adapter that's basically standing in for the engine section, which is already in Florida, and that's what this assembly will be eventually mated with. And this is what's going to be rolled out of Michoud next Monday, or at least that's the schedule. And then these are pictures that were taken a couple of months ago in mid-February or thereabouts. This is Lockheed Martin's. I think Lockheed Martin refers to it this way. I don't know if it's Lockheed Martin or NASA terminology, but this is the Industrial Operations Zone, or IOZ, in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building in the Kennedy Space Center industrial area. And what we can see here in this picture is the Artemis IV service module, and you can see on top the crew module adapter that is built by Lockheed Martin, and you can see a little tiny, well, actually you can see a little bit of decent amount of the European service module, ESM-4, that Airbus finished and shipped to Kennedy at the end of last year. And I believe this is still, or at least it was at the time, was still the Artemis IV. Well, it's possible it's the Artemis V pressure vessel. But then this is a shot of, this is a one shot of the Artemis IV Orion service module. Again, it looks like, looking at the patterns on the aft walls and on the forward walls, it does kind of look like they've gone from a composite material to forgings. And then this shot is of the Artemis III service module. So technically this is the service module here, and then below it is the spacecraft adapter cone. But those are basically going to go through the rest of the production as a mated unit. And that's what's that's what will go through the direct field acoustic test at some point here in the future. And you can see the altitude chamber, one of the two altitude chambers, and this is the one that's active again for spacecraft testing. The direct field acoustic test is a mobile, I guess you'd call it, test cell, which is will be all the way down at the end on the right. It would be in the background on the right if the picture went out that far. But those are some pictures of hardware. Recent pictures of Artemis III and Artemis IV hardware that's in process. Okay, so now I'm trying to grab something to eat before the crew news conference. And we're going to continue to watch the rollback of the mobile launcher from the pad to the VAB, at least as far as they go today. But they're obviously still continuing to move closer to the VAB, and we'll just have to see how far they go. But I'm going to try and grab something to eat, and I'm going to at least try to bring up the crew news conference audio and video, and just monitor that and this stream, or at least try to anyway. But I'll be back in a few minutes. we can start to see pad 39B come back into view on the left. You can see the edge of the pad 39B area. So they've made good progress in about, actually not even 6.5 hours. It's possible that some of the reason that they're making good time is because they're carrying a lighter load. But yeah, I don't think they're not going so fast that they're going to get a speeding ticket. I don't think. I don't recall seeing speed limit signs on the crawlerway. Maybe on the road to maybe on the access road that runs alongside it here, but I don't think on the crawlerway. Still having a little bit of hiccups here when I try and bring up other windows in the background. So I'm gonna try and stage the other stream here in the background. But you may notice this view go black from time to time. Actually, I guess I can just. Oh boy. The crew news conference event is going to start here very soon. So if I can't get that rolling here, and I have to, I keep forgetting about the audio. So I have to keep it muted until they start anyway, because this the audio that they play at the front is still copyrighted music. So. But I'm trying to bring it up so I can hear it, at least in the background. No, that's not it either. So that's going to start, and I think you're probably better off if you really want to see that, and I'm probably going to watch that too. Probably better off going either directly to the NASA live stream until I'll try and bring that up here, but having some difficulties monitoring the sound here. Oh, okay. That might be the problem, or one of the problems. Okay.
Good morning, Integrity, and good morning, Moon.
Hello. I'm not sure I can do this.
We caught a view of Earth in window 1.
We look like we're smiling at you.
With this. It's not that big of a deal because it's a little tiny bit of, I'm not sure I'm going to get an issue for that, but I got to wait till the audio goes away.
Space Center for our Artemis II crew news conference. The Artemis II crew is back on Earth, and they are ready to discuss their record-breaking mission with you today. Before we get into the question and answer portion of the event, we will start with some brief opening remarks from Reed. Go ahead.
Wow.
Thanks, Courtney. Well, that just happened. It's great to sit here and watch your mission go by in a short clip there. What an amazing journey that was. First and foremost, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, just thank you. Like, this was an unbelievable adventure, and it was made possible by this crew and the support of each other throughout the whole thing. And I've said it so many times, we are bonded forever. I mean, that's the closest four humans can be and not be a family. So it was just an amazing adventure, and every single person on that crew lifted each other up the entire time. So I just can't thank the three of you enough.
Thank you.
While we're giving thanks, you're welcome. While we're giving thanks, as astronauts, I feel like we're just always thanking the team. We're always thanking the team. So I think today we're just going to start by thanking the world. Let's just thank the world, and let's break that down for 1 minute, and then I'll hand it back to Courtney. But this NASA organization and their international partners, they put together this amazing vehicle, the Orion spacecraft that we named Integrity atop the Space Launch System, riding to the moon on a European service module. They provided this massive structure that was able to push 4 humans around the moon and bring them safely back. So thank you to every single person that had a hand in building that machine, because it was a magnificent machine. But then we would also be remiss if we didn't thank the media, if we didn't thank the content creators, and if we didn't thank the world for just tuning in for a second and getting hooked on this mission. We were certainly hooked on this mission, but when we came home, we were shocked at the global outpouring of support, of pride, of ownership of this mission. And really, I think at the beginning, that's what the 4 of us wanted. We wanted to go out and try to do something that would bring the world together, to unite the world. And then I'll just wrap that all up with the astronaut's creed is always to launch as friends and land as friends. And when you live together in a small group for as long as you do on the space station, or even 10 days, it's a challenge. But I am here to tell the world, we launched as friends and we came back as best friends. Thank you.
All right, and with that, we will begin taking questions. Due to the limited time we have today and the high volume of requests, we ask that media limit themselves to 1 question, please. We'll start here in the room with Will. Go ahead.
Hi, Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now. It's wonderful to see you all again in person this time. Question for Reed, since you brought up the name of your spacecraft and announced it back in September when we last saw you here in person. Integrity, you mentioned, was not only the name of the spacecraft, but the ethos that you wanted to embody throughout the course of the training, the mission, and when you got back here on Earth. So I wonder, having spent 9+ days physically in Integrity, how you found yourself being in Integrity, emotionally and practically, as it was to exercise the spacecraft for the first time. Thank you.
Well, you addressed it to me, so I'll take it. We've talked a lot about integrity, and for folks that have followed us, there's a saying that we learned from one of our National Outdoor Leadership School instructors. Integrity is not a 1 or a 0. You don't either have it or not have it. You can be in integrity and you can be out of integrity. And I will tell you, I'll be the first to admit that there were moments on this mission where I was out of integrity, because sometimes the view or the human experience would just pull me away from the work. And it happens, and it's a beautiful thing to get to witness what we got to witness. But at the end of the day, you got to do the mission too. And so there were moments where I was out of integrity. There was moments where each of us would fall out for a second. But the coolest part of that word, I was reflecting on last night, like, we named that spacecraft Integrity, and it just kind of coalesced this thread in the 4 of us. And whenever someone would slip out, it was amazing to watch the other 3 pull them back in. And what a glorious thing. Anybody want to add anything for Integrity? It's just such the perfect name for this crew and this spacecraft.
We're going to take a few more questions here in the room and then go over to our phone bridge. Just a reminder for those on the phone bridge to please press *1 when you're ready to enter the queue. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Nick Notario with ABC 13. I want to talk to you all about the magnitude of what you all just did. So to give you some idea, ABC, on the splashdown coverage alone, 10 million people watched our network that day. Just splashdown. That's not the launch, the lunar flyby. And I got to tell you, one of those viewers was my daughter, Ellie, who turned 4 during your mission. And she was mesmerized by what you all were doing. She wasn't talking about her big bluey birthday party. She wasn't talking about the gifts that she got. Every night I came home from JSC, she said, "Daddy, Ellie, go to space." She was infatuated. When you hear stuff like that, and the amount of people that were interested in what you've done, has the gravity yet hit you about this mission? And, how has it changed you as well?
Great.
First, I just want to thank you for sharing that. That is wonderful to hear about your daughter. That's awesome. And thank her for that, creating that story. We landed on Friday. Tomorrow will be 1 week. And I just was trying to live in a little hole for 1 week. Been off social media, not on the news. So no, I don't know. But, my kids have made it pretty clear, my neighbors, and, it's hard to live in a bubble nowadays. I'm trying very hard. But I think it's, what I've come to realize is we did what we said we were going to do.
Yep.
And now we've got to step out and just face that reality. And so that's a great thing. But I'll figure it out tomorrow. Courtney started this by saying the crew is ready. I'm really not, but I will be next week.
Do you mind if I add something?
Yeah. Please.
It's the way you word it. I mean, I love your question, but you say what you guys did, what the four of you did, and we just don't not see it that way. We should be rewording that question to what we did. That's what this was. We just went up and did what we were going to do. All we saw was a camera. We didn't have that connection with you. We lost that connection with Earth by and large. And so we just leaned into what we had. We leaned into each other and mission control, which is really all we had in our families a couple times. But we did that because we had been lifted up and supported to just go up there and be ourselves and just do our job. And we went into it thinking, it's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be good enough. Seems like it was good enough.
I'll add a little bit, just my personal perspective. When I got back, as someone who doesn't necessarily like attention, I don't like the birthday song being sung to me, any of that. My husband said that before I got back, he had a conversation with my brothers and sisters, and they were like, who's going to tell her? Because we didn't know. And in fact, what we were told, really through talking with a couple times with our families, was that there was an impact. Not necessarily the number of viewers or anything like that, but that there was a positive impact, that it was superseding any lines, any identities that people had. And when my husband looked me in the eye on that video call and said, no, really, you've made a difference, it brought tears to my eyes, and I said, that's all we ever wanted. Yep. And I can tell you that the difference now is when we come before you now, we've done this together. We took your hearts with us, and your hearts lifted our hearts. And now that we've done it, I think it's easier to accept that there's attention on the NASA teams, on the fact that we did it. In the beginning, 3 years ago, we were being celebrated for something that we hadn't done. And having put in the work and having seen our team's successes, I think we're ready to share in that inspiration and to celebrate it.
Okay, we'll take two more here in the room and then head to our phone bridge. Kristen, go ahead.
Hi, Kristen Fisher with The Endless Void, and welcome home. It's been such a joy watching how much this mission has gotten people so excited about space. My question's a little bit deep, so bear with me. When Apollo 14 astronaut Edgar Mitchell was returning from the moon, he had an experience so profound that when he returned to Earth, he devoted the rest of his life to studying the nature of human consciousness. And it's a theme that all four of you touched on to varying degrees at some point during the mission. And so my question is, now that you've been back on Earth for just a few days and had a little bit of time to sit with it, do any of you feel as though you had an experience similar to what Mitchell described, this sense of universal connectedness? And did you experience somehow a shift in consciousness somehow? Thanks.
Yes. Chris, it's a great question. I'll just the only thing I can do is just share one quick story. When I got back on the ship, I'm not really a religious person, but there was just no other avenue for me to explain anything or to experience anything. So I asked for the chaplain on the Navy ship to just come visit us for a minute. And when that man walked in, I'd never met him before in my life, but I saw the cross on his collar, and I broke down in tears. It's very hard to fully grasp what we just went through. And in these short, you just said it's been a week since we've been back, but it's been a week of medical testing, physical testing, doctors, science objectives. We have not had that decompression. We have not had that reflection time. So I'm basing this on what we saw. And when the sun eclipsed behind the moon, I think all four of us, I turned to Victor and I said, I don't think humanity has evolved to the point of being able to comprehend what we are looking at right now, because it was otherworldly and it was amazing.
The only thing I would add is that beautiful thing. First of all, thank you for sharing that. That was a really special moment. I was in the bed right across when the chaplain came in, and The only thing I would add is I am a religious person, but everything else is the same. There is something in there, and as we start to process, I'll have to tell you next week, but haven't had a chance to really unpack it all yet.
All right, we'll take one more here in the room and then head over to our phone bridge.
Yeah, maybe not as deep, but connected. Keith Garvin with KPRC2 here in Houston. Thank you so much for taking us on your journey, and so glad that you're home. You know, with the technology that we have today and what we can do with videos and pictures and social media, it can still be very hard for one to convey exactly what they're seeing to everyone else. What is the most remarkable, or one of the most remarkable experiences that you all had that just couldn't be fully properly conveyed through pictures and video? And that's for any of you.
I can start. I was going to answer Kristen's question a little bit too, and I think these tie together. I've been trying to find words for it, and I don't really have it yet, but we just saw so many amazing things. And people ask what's the most amazing one, and it's, you can't pick one. There are just so many amazing experiences we had. But overall, where I keep coming back to is what kept grabbing my attention when the lighting was right and we were looking out the window is that I kept seeing this like depth to, I guess, the galaxy, you know, for what we were visually observing out there, this depth to the galaxy that I just had never experienced before. And it's not that I could tell which stars were really closer and further, because it has to do with how bright they are, but because of how bright they are and their differences, they look like you can tell where they are in 3D. That was mind-blowing for me. And then you see the same thing with the moon and the Earth. You're viewing them from this new perspective, but this perspective with like three-dimensional depth. And I mean, I've heard Christina talk about this a lot. We're all kind of struck by these things that make us feel small. And that the sense I had was this sense of fragility and feeling small, infinitesimally small. But yet, this very powerful feeling as a human being, like as a group. And that is what, to me, is what I would try to share. I saw it in all these sites over and over again. I kept seeing that same thing and that same feeling. Small and powerless, but yet powerful together.
Beautiful.
Okay, we'll head over to our phone bridge. Our next question is from Nell Greenfield with NPR.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Tell me about your sleep. Have you been having any dreams of the moon? And if so, what have the dreams been like?
I can take this one. I've got a couple things I can say on that. One, been sleeping great since we got back. We are tired, so I think our bodies were ready to accept any time zone of sleep that we offered it. And what I've noticed, which is completely different from my first flight, and surprisingly so, since my first flight was so long, is every time I've been waking up, or in the first few days, I thought I was floating.
100%.
I truly thought I was floating, and I had to convince myself I wasn't. And even after 328 days in space on my previous mission, I never did the thing where you think something will float in front of you. I've done that on this return for some reason. I put a shirt in the air and it went. It actually surprised me. And so that's been the real thing, which I've welcomed, because space sleep is the best sleep ever. It's so peaceful, it's so comfortable. And to have a little bit of that after our mission was over so quickly has been really special.
Our next question.
I'll just tell a little funny thing, because I think you'll get a kick out of it. I sleep a lot better now because I don't have Reed underneath me kicking me.
Oh, come on!
Oh, we should talk about our first night of sleep on the ship, where we were about 8 feet apart in the beds in the med bay, and it felt way too far. That was not okay.
I heard Christina say, hey, can we open up these curtains and pull all the beds together? Because you guys are way too far away.
Way too far away.
Okay, our next question is from Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Hi, so good to talk to all of you, and congratulations on a successful mission. Obviously, from our perspective, it's a relatively smooth flight, but there were various moments where sensor readings would indicate an issue. There's also an issue with extra leaking from the valves on the helium pressure system that was brought up a few times. I'm wondering if there were any moments throughout the mission where you felt concerned from a safety standpoint, or did you feel like it was fairly smooth from your perspective?
I might be taking one. Well, I might be a bit more dramatic than some of my crewmates, so usually they do a good job of keeping the boy with a lot of hyperbole grounded. But when you look down at your display and you see 212,000 miles and the miles are increasing, I mean, that your awareness is heightened the whole time. I feel like it was, I was looking at all four of us, I was looking at myself reflecting as well every day, and I was just looking for signs of agitation or signs of stress or signs of anxiety or tension. In fact, I think one day we were in the med kit and we found some medication for that purpose. And we were like, wow, I just can't even imagine taking that. Like we were really good. We were really, really good and really supportive of each other. But you always know in the back of your head that something could go wrong. And I think that just builds a little bit of anxiety. And you're right, we did have, we had some pressure leaking through our PCA assembly, which I'm sure we'll talk more about in post-flight. We had some vent line issues on the toilet that were a little bit problematic for us on the primary vent line. And then we had a few cautions and warnings that came up from time to time. And those always get your attention. We had a smoke detector go off on the next to last day. I mean, you want to get somebody's attention really quick? Make the fire alarm go off in your spacecraft when you're still about 80,000 miles from home. And that starts off an automated sequence of shutting down the ventilation and the power system. And that was, it was tense. It wasn't scary, but it was tense for a few minutes until we got things reconfigured. But the thing that we drilled into our heads before we launched is no fast hands. Let's evaluate this machine. Let's see what the machine is telling us. Let's see what Houston is telling us. And then let's come to an integrated decision. But nothing had to happen quick. And this machine, I was talking to our program manager last night on the phone for just a minute, Howard Hugh, and there are always things we need to improve. Always. There are ways we need to do better living in space. There's a way this machine needs to be improved. But my own personal opinion, they could put the Artemis III Orion on the Space Launch System tomorrow and launch it, and the crew would be in great shape. So this vehicle really handled very well.
All right, next up, we are going to head over to the Canadian Space Agency for 2 questions.
Yeah, hi, Sarah Levitt from CBC News. Question for Jeremy. I wanted to ask about if you've had a chance to take out the garbage since your wife was griping about chores while you were away. But I have a more serious question. You spoke in your post-splashdown remarks about gratitude, joy, and love. And I know Reed had said that there hasn't been a lot that has sunk in yet, but I wondered if there were other emotions that have come to you since seeing Earth the way you did, since seeing the moon being the 4 sets of eyes that have only ever seen the far side of the moon?
I think what I've reflected on, and Reed covered it in his opening remarks, is I've found it really refreshing to find out how people have followed the mission and been creative with the mission, and there's lots of funny stuff online, and that really resonates with me a lot. And it just reinforces something I already knew, but humans are just great people in general. We don't always do great things, we're not always in our integrity, but our default is to be good and to be good to one another. And what we saw once we've gotten back, the little bits, I haven't seen a lot yet, but I've seen a bit. And what I've seen has brought me more joy, but more hope for our future. And I just can't wait to see what we do with it next.
Okay, and we should have one more question from CSA.
Hi, my name is Elise Allard. I'm from Radio-Canada, French CBC in Montreal. I have a question for Jeremy Hansen en français. J'aimerais savoir de quelle façon cette mission-là vous a changé, à la fois psychologiquement, mais aussi physiquement, après tous les tests que vous avez passés. Est-ce que vous avez eu des changements physiques et psychologiques?
Good. Physical and psychological changes from the mission. Pour moi, les changements physiques, ce n'était pas une grande chose, même en arrivant dans l'espace et après ici sur la Terre. Et ça, c'est une bonne chose. J'étais capable de passer la mission et juste faire mon travail. Alors, c'est une bonne chose, ça. À l'autre côté, ça n'a pas vraiment changé le moyen j'ai vu le monde de nos vies, mais ça a renforcé ça beaucoup. J'ai lancé avec le point de vue que la collaboration pour l'humanité, c'est la prochaine chose qu'on doit continuer à travailler dessus. Et en vue la Terre, de le point de vue de la Lune, ça a renforcé cet but, cet objectif pour l'humanité. Alors j'ai un nouveau désir de travailler avec le monde pour créer ça pour nous. C'est vraiment important pour nous. Et aussi, je veux ajouter, maintenant, c'est évident pour moi qu'il faut que nous prenions des grands risques pour arriver à des grands bénéfices. C'est vraiment évident pour moi. Ça vaut la peine. I was just saying, psychologically, really, sort of what I was talking about before is that it hasn't changed my worldview so much as it's reinforced just the need for us to collaborate on this planet. And like Christina said in her remarks when we got back, I mean, we really are a crew, and that really resonates with us. And you just see it. Seeing is believing.
All right, we'll take our next few questions here in the room. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is McKenna Earnhardt, and I'm with Fox 26. My question would be, Victor, I was watching you as y'all were watching the video of y'all coming back down, and I heard you say, I felt that, or I saw you say that. What were you feeling when you come from deeper in space than we've ever been to then you can see the ocean again? What did you feel? What was your body telling you?
Thank you. Great question, and I'll keep my face quiet more next time. No, the moment, well, first of all of the things. That was a very intense 13 minutes and 36 seconds. That moment was when the drogues released, and then the pilot chutes and the mains came out. In Dragon, I've experienced a similar entry, and in Dragon, the drogue chutes don't release the same way and in the same sequencing. And so I don't remember feeling, back to free fall from having drag or G on the vehicle. I think those actually are still connected to the vehicle as the main chutes come out. On that vehicle, I remember feeling the yo-yo, though, as the parachutes were breathing. I could feel that 30, 20 feet moving up and down. But when the drogues cut away, we went back to free fall, and watching that on the video felt almost the same way it felt in the video, or in the vehicle. I would tell you, I've never been base jumping, I've never been skydiving, but if you dove off a skyscraper backwards, that's what it felt like for 5 seconds. And then the mains, the pilots and the mains came out, and it was glorious.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I saw Christina posted you brought some Super Bowl confetti from the Eagles up there with you. I'm just curious if anybody else brought anything sports related or something that you absolutely had to take up with you.
Yeah. Oh, from a general sense, we all do get a very small allocation, mass allocation, and on this vehicle it's very small. So we were just trying to think of things we could take. Like I took a couple notes from friends and things that I had written down, some great quotes, and then I just, on my way out of my house, I just grabbed this bracelet, which my daughter had made for me a couple years ago. I was just like, I need something that I can just wear and take. And oddly enough, it was the coolest thing for me to just be grounded every night when I would get my sleeping bag and I would see this thing, and it's just like it's that connection to home, to family, and to to my daughters, and that was an accident, and it was a hugely successful thing for me. It really helped me stay grounded on that mission. So those things can come out of nowhere. Things that were so important to you when you launch can be less important in space, and things that were just an afterthought in space can become the absolute most important thing that you can possibly take. So I think overall we did a pretty good job with that. And I've said it before, but just listening to them communicate with their families on those tiny little moments that we got to communicate with our families. We each got 2 chances to call. And for me, that's one of the most lasting impacts of this mission, was listening to your friend and crewmate go into this other world with this headset on for 15 minutes and giggle and laugh, and every one of us cried. I mean, nobody didn't get through those things without crying. And then you would take those headphones off at the end, and it was like coming back into a different universe when you would come out of that family conference, and it just reminded you how important that is right there.
Okay, we'll take one more here in the room and then head to our phone bridge. Go ahead.
Hi, guys. Welcome back. Glad to hear that you've been sleeping well. This is Jishnu Nair with the Houston Business Journal, and this question is for all of you, coming actually from a group of our younger readers. One thing I noticed during the 10 days that you guys were up in space is that we got so many emails, DMs, notes, whatever, from younger folks expressing how cool it was and how they or their little brothers or their sons or daughters could, get started. And we heard from leadership on Friday as you guys were, re-entering. We heard from leadership that NASA wants to be doing these missions more often. They want to be doing them faster, and they want to be getting humans to the moon and beyond, hopefully. And so from, some of the first people to actually have done it in quite a while, what's one piece of advice maybe that maybe each of you could give to these younger folks who are looking skywards now?
You want to just go right down the line? I would say the big thing for me, and we saw it in this mission, is I think we're starting to lose scope as a society that you do have to go do things. Like, you have to go do really hard, really challenging things, and you have to go move the needle. And that actually means like bending metal and fueling rockets, or that means inventing a new way to do surgery. But we have got to get our hands out there and engaged. Our hands and our minds have got to be engaged.
I think, there's a professional path that folks are going to take to get into whatever profession, and then, that's kind of a springboard to get this job. This is no one's first job. It's not an entry-level thing. But I would encourage them to start now, before they even are on that journey, to really get comfortable asking questions and then listening to their peers, but also to their mentors. I think that has been a game changer for all of us. There's so much to know in this business, and none of us knows it all. Yes, it is my call sign, but I do not know everything. And we have to rely on the wisdom of the village so much that it needs to be a part of, it needs to be unconscious. You need to be unconsciously competent at asking a question, or when people are just having a conversation that impacts something you need to know, to just savor it, take it in, and make it a part of what you believe. The three things I've always encouraged young people to do, I think, still apply: to be gritty or resilient, to be a lifelong learner, and to be a good teammate.
So good. I love everything I've heard. The three things that I usually say, and I don't think they've changed, are find your fulfillment. I used to say find your passion, but for me it's changed to find what you can do the slowest for the longest and still absolutely love it and go in that direction. Do what scares you. Path of least resistance isn't usually the path that will give the most back to the world and give you the most sense of courage and confidence. And finally, support those around you. The benefits that compound when you support those around you and they support you back are just immeasurable.
Maybe the one I'll emphasize is just follow the example that people saw here. Don't do it alone, and share what you're trying to accomplish with others, because you need the support of others to do big things. And so share your goals, be brave enough to share them, and then you'll be surprised how people surround you and lift you up to accomplish them. Nice.
All right, we'll head over to our phone bridge. Our next question is from Andrea with the Houston Chronicle.
Hi, I'd like to ask about mental health. It was a very busy mission. How are you able to take care of yourself, get some rest and some me time when you guys are sharing just that small area throughout the mission? Thanks.
There wasn't much me time. There wasn't.
We have sprinkled this in throughout other topics, but everything we did up there was a 4-person activity, minimum. Everything. How we ate, slept, flew the vehicle, and some of it was on purpose. A lot of it we realized real time. When Jeremy exercised, we were all exercising. It was a team effort to the last period, and so I just want to emphasize that we actually, I think the me space was maybe a myth. That 15-minute checkout when you're talking to your family, it did feel like being teleported out of the vehicle, but you teleported right back. And so we embraced that. that was a part of it, though. That was a facet, a flavor, an ingredient of how we flew the mission. And instead of trying to avoid it, I don't know, I'm speaking for us, and we also don't do that often, but I would say from the proof in that pudding, we leaned into it and used it as a way to get through instead of trying to fight it the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the one thing I want to add is just we have tried over the last 3 years to be very good at communicating, which is what you just said. But just if you have a bad night of sleep, or if something is angering you, or if something is off in your balance, just talking about that to the other 3 crew members, just so they know where you are, where you're coming from today, and that it's not directed at them, and they can help you out. And I don't know, as soon as you have the courage to kind of express that to a couple of friends, all of a sudden your friends are in it right alongside with you. And so we really got exceptionally good at communicating. I didn't think we would get as exceptionally good at like crawling all over each other for 10 days, but we did get good at that too. It's tight up there, but we really communicated extremely well on this mission from day 1 till day 10, and even now.
Okay, we'll take our next question from Josh with space.com.
Cool.
Josh, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Courtney, while we wait, can I make one other comment? I just wanted to add, because, folks have followed. I want to go back and add one piece to this previous question. Thank you for asking about mental health. It is so important. We have professional help as well. We have a team of operational psychologists and psychiatrists that help us skill up to be ready to accomplish things like this. And so we did not just do that on our own. We have professional help, just like we do simulations of entry and ascent, launch. We have folks that help us navigate the challenges of, we call it behavioral health and performance, but of mental and team preparation.
Yep. Great point.
Okay, we'll head over to Alicia with Mashable.
Before 2025, NASA repeatedly stated that the first Artemis moon landing would see the first woman and the first person of color on the moon. That language has since been removed from agency materials. I'd like to ask each one of you, do you believe NASA should still adhere to that original commitment for the first landing mission, and why?
It's good. It's a good question.
Yeah, it's a great question. Our understanding of that statement was basically that the Artemis campaign as a whole will usher in an era where that is true, and that it would happen naturally because our astronaut corps, because of decisions we made collectively decades ago, represents our entire country and our entire world in many ways. We're proud of that. We're proud that the people in our corps achieve excellence and strive for excellence in all the same ways. And the fact is, you don't have to try too hard to make that come true, to make that be the reality of this mission. You'd actually have to try harder to not make that be true in the astronaut corps that we have. And I do think that's something to celebrate, that decades ago we made the decision that everyone who has a dream gets to work equally hard to achieve that dream, and that if we're not going for all and by all, we aren't answering humanity's call to explore, which is what we do here.
Awesome. Perfect.
All right, our next question is from Claire Cameron with Scientific American.
Hi there. I just wanted to ask a little bit more about, some of the challenges that y'all faced on the spacecraft, and particularly, a lot of our readers were particularly interested in the toilet problems. I just wondered if you could speak to that and if there's anything that you wish was different on the capsule or had been better or improved.
I do not mind starting this. We probably all want to throw a little bit in. I just want to say 100% point blank, that was a wonderful toilet. The toilet worked great. Where we had an issue, and it was an issue for sure, is that our primary vent line, which takes, when you go to the bathroom at the end of doing that, you flush the toilet flushed just fine, but then when the liquid went out the bottom of the toilet, it got clogged up in our vent line, and our tank can only hold about maybe I'm guessing like under 10 urination events, I guess that tank can hold, and then it's got to be dumped. And for the first 2 days of the mission, it was fun to watch that thing get dumped. I mean, that is an interesting thing to see out the window. It's just like a billion little tiny flecks of ice heading out into deep space. But that primary vent line got clogged or gunked, or we'll wait and see exactly what the technical reason was, and that put a limitation on us. So I definitely, for those great engineers that made that toilet, I don't want them hanging their head low. They should hang it very high. It was a great piece of gear. And then what did we learn? Like, there's always things we need to improve. I think the thing, just speaking for myself, the thing that really surprised me on this mission was how well the spacecraft handled and how well the machine supported the 4 humans on board. We were a little cold the first 2 days. They warmed it up. They fixed everything that we asked. The thing that we need to probably work on for the next mission is now we know the things that we didn't know before we launched. Like, when you want to go into a bag and get lunch, but you got to dig through 1,000 different things to get to lunch, it makes it really hard and cumbersome to eat on a very busy day. There are different ways that we could manage the cabin during workout. Like, we have learned all these little nuances that we can make Artemis 3, 4, 5, just bring the gains down on those things so that they can focus, which we've always said on their task, rendezvousing with spacecraft in orbit, getting on the lunar surface, and building a sustainable presence on the moon. Like, we hold the key to that lock, and we've already started debriefing so that they don't have to worry about that lock.
Our next question is from Robert Perlman with collectspace.com.
Thank you, and let me say thank you first for the most amazing days following your journey. My question is for all of you. If the U.S. Postal Service wanted to repeat Apollo 8 history and issue a stamp based on just one photograph that you returned from your mission, what one photo would you choose, and who among you took it?
The 4 of us hugging where his face is hanging out the bottom. That's the stamp I want.
Yes. Yes.
The country does not need that.
It does. Yeah, we need it.
I think something that we all feel and we try to share is how much we want to reflect back to you all how we did this. Not we as a crew, we as countries and as humans did this. And so what popped into my head as you were asking that is the picture of the Earth as we started to go farther from the Earth, and we've got this beautiful one where you can see the northern lights because when we were getting really close to the moon, talking about looking at you and how beautiful Earth is, that represents how far we were, but it shows you. I cannot overstress that. Like, we did this together. And so that picture to me is at least representative of a lot for this mission. I also haven't looked through many of the pictures. Like I said, I've been in my hole for almost a week. And we are very intentionally not trying to take individual photo credit for things, but can I share that specific one? He took that picture. And he worked really hard he captured a lot of things that we did not think we would be able to get on film. And so that picture was Reed Wiseman, and it was not the first try. He made the adjustments to the camera and got a great picture. So yeah, congrats. It was awesome. It is awesome.
All right, we'll head back here in the room, right here in the middle.
Thank you. Mark Kirkman with NSF. With the exception of Rise, Reed was kind enough to let all of you manhandle the spacecraft, but I'd like to, I guess, focus in mostly on Reed and Ike. You sounded like you were in the groove when you were doing that Proxox demo. I mean, absolutely professional, but it sounded like test pilot heaven from us listening to it. How would you characterize how the spacecraft handled versus how you would compare it to the simulator, and also how would you compare it to Dragon? And then I have to ask, do y'all have a Mach 34-ish patch yet?
Oh, man, you were hitting all the things that I'm loving. So we've used Joy a lot, so I'm going to say Test Pilot Joy. Test Pilot Heaven feels good as well, but first of all, it's an immense privilege to fly a spaceship, that just at all. And to fly a new spaceship is kind of an unreal privilege, and I'm really glad we all got to fly it. That is probably the most important thing. You have a perspective across. This really represents the perspectives in the astronaut office, and so that really matters. We give numbers as handling qualities or ratings, but the most important thing in handling qualities are the pilot comments. And so you've got comments from an entire crew. It flew better than the sim in all areas. I think that's probably the easiest way to say it. And it was just the integration of the full thing, the crew being there, seeing the same actual, we have windows in the simulator, but they're screens, individual computer screens, so we see the same thing because it's trying to simulate parallax, but it means we're looking at actually different images, and so we're trying to call out measurements on something that is not the same thing. This camera was showing us the same thing, and Christina took a video and pictures of our upper stage, and I didn't see it for several hours, maybe days after, and it blew me away. I was like, wow, that was right out the window the whole time.
Yep.
The training worked. The team that came up with that plan was fantastic, and I owe them some handling qualities ratings. I haven't filled out that survey yet, so it's coming. It's coming. But it flew like a dream, and I'm really glad everybody got to fly it.
Yeah, I want to add one thing, and then I'm going to throw Jeremy directly under the bus. But one thing that I want to just say really more to the NASA team than to the media is that first day was a daunting first day, and we were looking ahead of that day. All four of us knew how to do rendezvous and prox ops demo just in case somebody had motion sickness or was out of the picture. But it really reminded me that when you are extremely highly trained and very prepared, you can go knock that thing out. I mean, this crew went and knocked out rendezvous and prox ops demonstration. I haven't looked at the tapes, but it felt flawless on board, and I was running procedures. He was flying the spacecraft. Jeremy and Christina were watching the interim cryogenic propulsion stage out the window and mapping our distance to that the entire way in, and it was just like clockwork, and we had just gotten to space, and he's never been in space before. And so when you can wring your hands forever, go, no, we shouldn't do this to the crew. There's no way they're going to be ready. They're going to be tired. They're going to be sick. They're not going to want to do this. Man, train them and set them loose, and we can go do that thing. And then leading into the prox ops demo, you just got to tell the ICPSF story, because I love that story.
In the simulations, we were all worried about, what if we don't separate? There's a few procedures you have to run. There's a couple of different flavors of this, and trying to tell whether you've separated, and the camera views, et cetera, et cetera. And then when it came right down to it, we're floating there, we're waiting for separation, and all of a sudden, bang, a loud bang, we're all pinned to the floor. We all looked at each other like, well, I guess we separated. Or it exploded.
I think Jeremy Charity's like, I think we just got ejected off of that thing. Like it was the biggest force we felt on the whole mission. Those are some legitimate spring pushers.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's in work. The patch is in work. We the number that we saw on the displays, and I was very in tune with what Orion thinks it's going to do. It was 38.8. 38.89 was the Mach. And so, a patch is in work, but it depends on how you measure that number. It's actually challenging to measure from space. So there will be a new one coming out when we figure it out.
We'll take our next question from Eric. Go ahead.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica, congratulations on a great mission. It was really fun to follow. Question for when you were flying by the moon. Now, a couple weeks before you guys launched, NASA had this ignition event in DC where they talked about the moon base. And I'm just wondering, knowing how difficult it was for you for this mission, all it entailed, the training, the launch, and getting out there to the moon was a pretty rigorous endeavor. How realistic are you feeling about humans actually going to the moon, going down to the surface, putting down roots there, staying, and actually establishing some kind of semi-permanent settlement, doing something quite different than we did in the 1960s with Apollo?
Yeah. Well, I think we probably haven't talked about this exactly as a crew. We talked about how that ignition event made us feel prior to the mission, which was that it pumped us up. We were very much lifted up by the notion that we would get to contribute to astronauts doing this all over again much sooner than we thought, that we were going to be focused on the moon base, on surface operations. And I would say, if nothing else, we are feeling even more excited and just ready to take that on as an agency. A couple things contribute to that. One is how well the team and the spacecraft took care of us. We had things on this mission that you might think weren't really necessary in just a quick shot to the moon, but we made it happen. We exercised along the way. It is a great example. When we got back to Earth, we all, within 1 or 2 days, were in surface spacewalk suits doing surface geology tasks and doing them well and able to complete complete an entire battery of very challenging surface tasks in a spacewalking spacesuit for surface missions. There's just so many examples where we've shown that we can, all of the analysis that we do prior to missions, all of the talking that we do, all of the what ifs, all of the just coming up with every possible operational workaround for anything you might encounter, we can do that, and we do. So we figure out all these things that could go wrong, all the extra resources it's going to take to do these things that sound completely outlandish and impossible right now, but the truth is, accomplishing the near impossible is exactly what we do and what we just showed that we can do.
I don't really want to add anything to that because that was so perfect. I'm going to say one last little thing, which is I did have a little weird technical epiphany, Eric, while we were out there, which was we just went like 250,000 miles away. And I'm telling you right now, if we had a first flight lander on board that thing, I know at least 3 of my crewmates would have been in it trying to land on the moon. Like the jump, when you think about Apollo 8 went around the moon, 9 stayed in Leo, 10 almost landed on the moon, and I've talked to a few of those gentlemen in the past, and they said if they had enough fuel, they would have done it. It's not, I'm going to eat these words. It's not the leap I thought it was. Once we're around the moon, we're in the vacuum of space, we got a 6-star vehicle that's handling great. If you had given us the keys to the lander, we would have taken it down and landed on that moon. It is not the leap I thought it was. It's going to be extremely technically challenging, but this team needs to show up every day knowing it is absolutely doable, and it's doable soon.
This mission taught me that the unknown is way scarier than the known. Every single time we accomplished a mission test objective, we all looked at each other and were like, that actually went pretty well. That was actually not necessarily easy because it took a ton of work, but it was easy to accomplish as a team because we had put in the work. We know how to put in the work to make it accomplishable when the time comes.
Awesome.
I think, Eric, I'd like to add something that I think you're pulling at too is, I agree with everything that was said. We have to be willing to accept a little more risk than we were willing to accept in the past, and to trust that we will figure it out in real time. We're not going to be able to pound everything flat before we go. We're going to have to trust each other and crews and mission control to work through real problems. And it was very evident to us out there, like this went really smoothly, super smoothly. I'm not surprised. Extraordinary team, a lot of work was done in advance. But it was also very clear to us that it could get pretty bumpy. Yep. And whoever is going out there to do those things got to understand it could get real bumpy real fast, and has to be ready to take that on.
Thanks. Hey, since everybody spoke, I'm going to just say one thing. Eric, it was awesome to hear you start this off by saying something was fun. Thanks, brother.
Okay, we'll take one more question here in the room and then head to our phone bridge. Mark, go ahead.
That's great. Mark Carreau with Aviation Week in Space Technology.
Awesome.
How much longer will you be in post-mission Johnson care, and have you found that to be a valuable part of the mission?
That's a good question. So, the program we use for flying to and from the International Space Station is kind of the cut and paste what we started with, and then we whittled it away and tried to make it appropriate for this mission duration. So there is a dedicated 2-week period of medical checks, science collection, and strength and conditioning, rehabilitation, readaptation. And then there's out to 4 months where we're going to do the public affairs and appearance events. There's about a 45-day cutover where we're actually the person we work for will change. So there's a sort of a gradual redeployment or a gradual move out of the post-flight. But it started off with the same basic plan that we use for ISS, knowing that this is a short mission, so we may not need reconditioning for 30 or 45 days like I did post-ISS. And we've just been trying to tailor it. One reason, though, that it's really important, I felt like $1 million on Friday. Yep. So today I'm up to $1,006,000. But it's important for us to run these processes out because we are still making changes and learning ways that we're going to support the 30 and 45-day missions of Artemis 3, 4, 5. And so it's really important for us to keep practicing, keeping our heads in the game.
Yeah.
All right, we will head back to our phone bridge. Josh with space.com. Let's try this again.
Hi, Josh Dinner, space.com. Hope you can hear me this time. Can y'all hear me this time? Hello?
Yes, we have
you loud and clear.
Oh, excellent. All right. So I'm curious, as you have each been looking for the words to relay this experience to your family and friends and colleagues since your return, everyone has their own perspective of viewing the narration of their story. And I'm wondering, once Hollywood gets a hold of this story and makes the Artemis II movie that I'm sure will inevitably be made, what part of this mission needs to be told in the most crucial, specific way possible? What part of this mission tells the story that Hollywood needs to get right?
I would just start by saying a movie wouldn't do it justice. It has to be a series. There's so much to talk about.
Okay, we will take our next question from...
Well, wait, we gotta honor that one a little. Just give us a second, Courtney.
I guess the thing that might be hardest to convey, no matter what the platform, would be how much it meant to us to bring everyone along with us, and how much it meant to us to hear that the mission had an impact. I cannot overstate how important that was to us. It was every bit as important as accomplishing the technical goals and being there for our NASA teammates, was to make this the world's mission and for it to have a positive impact on as much of the world as possible.
All right, our next question is from Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press.
Oh, hi, welcome back. Reed, for you, please. I was looking for a report card on the heat shield following reentry. What are you hearing on how it fared? Was there very much damage? Thanks.
It's a great question. It's, for sure we need to see what NASA says on the data. We have got to, they are going to do to this heat shield what they did to Artemis 1, and we are going to fine-tooth comb every single, not even every molecule, probably every atom on this heat shield. But we, the four of us, when we got off the Navy ship, the USS John P. Murtha, we were getting ready to get on the helicopters, and I think we all kind of agreed that we heard that integrity was in the well deck there, and we did not feel right leaving that ship without doing two things. Number one, we wanted to see our spacecraft. We wanted to go look at that spacecraft. And number two, there was a gentleman who led the Charlos investigation team after Artemis 1, single name Luis, but he managed a great team. And we heard he was on the ship, and I needed to hug that man. I needed to go see that man and thank him, because the data that they pulled from Artemis 1, I think Artemis 1 is probably the most studied heat shield in the history of spaceflight, for sure the history of human spaceflight, maybe the shuttle in its early days, I don't know. But they figured out what was wrong with that heat shield. They determined root cause of that heat shield, and then they left it up to NASA to decide, are we going to fly a different heat shield, or are we going to change the trajectory and fly as is? And they gave us, NASA, the options to do what we thought was right. And we modified our trajectory. We came in with what's called a horizontal target line, somewhere around 1,700 nautical miles. We were originally out at 2,300, and we were going to float through the atmosphere for a long time, but that was where the Artemis 1 heat shield was seeing problems. So we came in fast, and we came in hot. And I will tell you, looking out the window that whole way in, it was a smooth ride. It was a very smooth ride. I think Ike and I maybe saw 2 moments of a touch of char loss. Certainly when we went up to the vehicle, there was a little bit of char loss on what's called the shoulder, which is kind of where the heat shield meets the structure of the cone shape of the spacecraft. But the bottom, we leaned under and looked at the bottom of that thing, and for 4 humans just looking at a heat shield, it looked wonderful to us. It looked great. And that ride in was really amazing.
All right, we'll take another question on the phone bridge from Anthony Leone with Spectrum News.
Hello, welcome back. Thank you for taking time to answer our questions today. We touched on a little about the future missions. What piece of advice do you each have for the future Artemis crew who will land on the moon again? Thank you.
Man, I'm taking up a lot of CO2 today. I'll keep this short. You have got to invest in each other. That's the number one thing I would say.
After that, I would tell them to, well, something that was shared with us from the crewed flight test, the Boeing CFT crew, ask more questions.
That's a great one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would say, in addition to those remember that you are part of a team. Something that we do well is we always thank our teams for what they've done. And something I always add to that is congratulations, because to say thank you sometimes to me seems like there's an assumption there that we're the one that did it and everyone else supported, but that's not how I see it. I see it as we all are 100% teammates. If anything, we did the least. And congratulations. Say that every day to your teams, your teammates. You're probably the last one that got added to this team.
That's a great answer.
Yeah, that's a tough one to follow. I'd probably, if I had to give them some different advice, I'd pivot back to the technical and just that really getting to know the parts of your spacecraft that you could end up alone. Just, we thought a lot, this crew, we spent a lot of time thinking about what if we don't have mission control and what are the critical things to keep us going long enough to get back in touch with mission control. And I think that always needs to be an area of focus.
Great.
Okay, we have time for one more question in the room. If I could get a raise of hands. Aaron?
Hi, Erin Winnick-Anthony for CBS Mission Unstoppable. For Christina, you said advice for the crew as a whole, but for the astronaut that's selected to be the first woman to walk on the moon, do you have any specific lessons learned or advice to pass along to them?
For me, I think the biggest word about all of the superlatives that you're going to encounter, all of the things that you're going to be asked to do, react to, be a part of, contribute to, is it's humbling. And if you remember that being part of a team is your main goal and the main thing that you put ahead of everything else, that when the world tries to make the accomplishment something different than what it really is, which is a team accomplishment, you will know, and the things that you say will reflect how you really see it.
And it's beautiful.
All right, that is all the time we have for today. Thank you to the Artemis II crew for your time today and for such an inspiring mission. And thank you to our media for your continued interest in NASA's Artemis II mission. We'll see you next time.
So I put in I ducked in a few shots of the mobile launcher during the crew news conference in between questions. And so they parked a little while ago here though. But it does look like approximately what I'd heard yesterday, just the different timing. But it looks like this is about where they're going to stop for the day and then come back possibly even before daybreak tomorrow. We'll have to see to finish up. But I mean, they're right there outside the doors to High Bay 3. And so tomorrow they will be rolling in. So that the crew news conference was really interesting. A lot of interesting questions, but of course, as we see, I think because they could go on forever and take questions from everybody, and it would take hours and hours and hours. I don't know that I would necessarily cut it off at 1 hour, but it's going to sort of be arbitrary wherever they stop asking questions, and so it'll be interesting. We did hear towards the end there, I think that was Mark Carreau with Aviation Week who asked the question kind of about what happens. And Victor Glover talked about how they've got sort of he provided an outline of the future of what they're doing in the future as a crew. So he talked about there's a 2-week period immediately post flight, and then there's a 4-month period. And I talked about, a goodwill tour. I don't know if that's what they would call it necessarily, but they're going to tour probably parts of the country, parts of the world, and do engagements like this, although probably on a little bit longer than an hour, but and then I think he said something like a 45-day period after that. But they're going to be continuing kind of as a group for the next, maybe not half year, but for a good part of the rest of this year. But their mission's accomplished, and as they said, it's not just the 4 of them. It's the entire team of people that they worked with directly and indirectly. So, but some really interesting comments, and also interesting comments I heard them talking about. I think it was the question that Eric Berger with Ars Technica asked about. I don't know that he asked it specifically, but just the remarks about how close they felt to be, conceptually perhaps, or I'm not sure that's the right word, but just when they were close, as close as they got to the moon, they felt like they could have, if there had been a lander along, that they could have taken it down and landed. And so I thought that was interesting. So I think I'll take a look around and see if there's anything else. I'm not sure that I'm not sure if I'm going to do a live stream tomorrow. It's possible that the mobile launcher will be back inside before daylight, but I'll keep an eye on this live stream to see how long it goes, and we'll see. But it's pretty much it's almost all the way there, and it's really just a matter of they're positioning it to get ready to begin preparations for Artemis III, and hopefully we will get to see a little bit more about getting it ready to begin stacking the Artemis III boosters here sometime this year, and hopefully we will get some more information about that sooner than later. So if anybody has any sort of last questions before I wrap up this stream, I have a few minutes, but otherwise, I'll hang out here for a few more minutes. But otherwise, I'll probably be wrapping up here in a little bit. Okay, that's something I can do, which is I just was taking a look on Avail, images.nasa.gov, and I see that there are some images of the Artemis III aft segments. So we can take a little look around here, or at least can try to. So these are shots, obviously, of the rollback today, but now you can see some of these shots. I don't know whether this has that. They were talking about some different stands that they were putting the boosters on. Was it I forget if it was a 386 or a 380. But this is, okay, so this is the left-hand aft segment. And you can see, so you can see where this is where the core stage, the aft core stage attach ring will go eventually. But that's probably one of the later tasks that are going to be involved in assembling the aft assemblies. So, but there's a handful of these pictures, and of course they've already done the breakover. So in this one you can see where the systems tunnel for the boosters. This is this. So this is the this area, or maybe I should click on the image itself. But this tray here, which will of course eventually be populated with wire harnesses, is the operational. I believe is the operational. This is where the operational flight instrumentation goes, and then you have these areas over here for development flight instrumentation. I believe that's how it goes. But you can see then this black band is one of the factory joints. But as I said, that the segments are shipped on the cars, on the rail cars horizontally, and then they do a breakover operation into these stands, and they'll eventually remove these transportation rings on the top and the bottom here and here after they do inspections, and then those will be moved into the build-up stands inside. This is inside the rotation building. And actually, I believe this picture is taken from, this is from the point of view of one of the build-up stands. You can see the platforms here. You can see the flip-up platforms that will be lowered down into place once the segments are put into place. One of the things that this demonstrates, I guess, is that the aft skirts have not been loaded into the build-up stand, because you can see the hard points here where the boosters will, where the aft skirts will go. That's actually too big, but you can see them down here. Those 4 points where those essentially mimic the vehicle support posts, or back in the day the hold down points for the aft skirts. So these pictures were taken yesterday on the 15th. So at least one or maybe both of them are they're not ready to. Presumably they won't lift the those segments into the buildup stands until the aft skirts are delivered to the RPSF and installed in the buildup stands first. So I don't know whether there are any other. There may be. But those images were just taken yesterday and are now available. So those are interesting. And then of course you can see some of the other pictures there of the recovery of the Artemis II crew and spacecraft. And here's going back to the live shot of Mobile Launcher-1, which is now parked outside of the vehicle assembly building. So the rollback is almost complete, and they'll finish that in the morning, or at least that's the plan. And so if we'll see if there's a reason's not the right word, but just if it makes sense to come back on tomorrow and do a few more, a little bit of question and answer tomorrow, I can do that. But I'm not, there's not too much more that we're going to see here. It's going to finish the last, maybe 1 or 2 football fields of roll. And so, yeah, I'm not sure. So that I'm not sure when the next live stream is going to be. I'm going to try to do something in New Orleans if possible. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do anything live. That may be. I'm not sure how comfortable NASA is with doing live streams in New Orleans, but if not, then I'll try and do something when I get back. I guess the other option would be to do something before, but I don't know. I'm not sure what is going to be, again, what's going to be possible while I'm in New Orleans. But if there's an opportunity to do something either live or last time I was in New Orleans for the Core Stage 2 rollout, I was able to just upload a few phone videos. I can try and do that, or we'll see. Maybe it's possible to do a live stream after the rollout while I'm still there. But we'll have to see. That it's a fairly tight travel schedule. Again, to sort of keep the travel costs down as much as possible, but still have the ability to go actually be there and try and get a better understanding of what's going on with in New Orleans, what's going on with core stage production there. So that, I think, is probably the final question. And I appreciate folks that stopped by the stream, maybe a little bit more interesting earlier in the roll. And of course, the crew news conference was interesting, but I don't know that there was a whole lot I could add to it. Okay, I see a question here from John about Mobile Launcher 2. It's an interesting question whether what's going to happen to Mobile Launcher 2 and those assets. I don't know whether it's going to be. I'm not sure it's going to be either Mobile Launcher 2 or exploration upper stage work is going to be preserved. Obviously, a big question is, since this is all being paid for by the government at this point, if the government doesn't want to preserve it, but some other party does, is that possible? But I mean, it sounds like they're going to be harvesting Mobile Launcher 2, which wasn't completed anyway. but it sounds like they're going to be harvesting Mobile Launcher 2 for spare parts for Mobile Launcher-1. And so I think it remains to be seen what happens to that after it has been, there's basically sort of a garage sale for parts, and that's the swing arms and the umbilical arms are only part of what might be harvested from Mobile Launcher 2 for spares. So we'll see. In terms of the crawlers, Crawler Transporter 1, I think NASA and Exploration Ground Systems has kept the budget to at least keep it preserved. And so I believe is used from time to time, but it is not. I don't know that it can be used for any SLS particular operations. So I'm assuming that would, since that's already the case, that will continue to be the case. That NASA will hang on to Crawler Transporter 1, but I don't know what happens to the hardware and all of the other assets that have to do with Exploration Upper Stage or Mobile Launcher 2, whether those, I would imagine though that, the government has the current NASA leadership and current Washington leadership seems to have let go of those. And I don't know if they're willing to, how much money they're willing to pay to preserve that, if anything. So we'll just have to see. If there's no idea if there's anybody that wants to take ownership of that hardware and all of the other assets associated with it. It will not be free to it will not be free to preserve it. So there's a lot of tooling, there's a lot of other things involved in doing that. So yeah, it's a non-trivial expense to maintain that. And I would imagine, given the government, given Washington's desire and certainly the White House desire to use that money for projects and goals that are not far off, that they're not going to spend any money to preserve any of that stuff. So maybe we will see something. Maybe we'll see if the House or the Senate has anything further to say about that, or whether they've washed their hands of all of that hardware. And but we'll just have to see. And that type of question, I think, it'll still be open unless we get something definitive. Oh, that's interesting. And yeah, I just noticed you can see one of those contingency pad access platforms that are parked outside the VAB here. The red coloring eventually stood out, but that is interesting. We did see those a couple of weeks ago before the Artemis II launch. Those were parked right outside the low bay door. So, but I do think there will be time here. I don't think we're going to get a definitive answer on this, because I guess, technically, none of the authorizations, I think, are completely signed and sealed, but it's certainly NASA certainly got enough authority from Congress to begin to dismantle Mobile Launcher 2. So there's that. And at the very least, stop work on Exploration Upper Stage. But I don't know. It's still somewhat hard to tell how far they can go with the dismantling. Whether legally they have to preserve that hardware that they're removing from Mobile Launcher 2, at least until they get a full legal authority. I guess it's possible they already have that legal authority, but we will have to see. But I think, and so since that, I don't think there's a definitive answer to that yet, and so we can come back to that certainly in the next couple of months. I did see on another website pointed out that there is going to be a hearing on the NASA fiscal year 2027 budget request, I believe next Wednesday. I think it's April 22nd. So I'll actually be back here by that time, but I'm not sure that they're going to go into exploration upper stage or Mobile Launcher 2. I guess we'll see. There's so many things going on in the budget, and not just NASA exploration and Artemis, but again, obviously the budget was slashed again by 25%, and the Science Mission Directorate was cut in half again. So it'll be interesting to see. I think the only people that will say anything directly would be the minority party, since the majority party is in the same party as the White House, and so any criticism they have is going to be, muted, I would think. But I guess we'll find out here next week. So in the meantime, now that the mobile launcher and the crawler have stopped for the night, I guess, I'll go ahead and sign off this live stream. Thanks again for stopping by. Thanks for the super chats earlier from Peter, and I'm trying to remember let me see if I don't know if it's still in the chat. Was it K1? I apologize. But I appreciate the super chats. Appreciate the generosity from viewers, and it really does help in terms of the ability to travel and get as much information to continue reporting on this as I can. And so I will hopefully we'll have a better idea, maybe even on the weekend while I'm in New Orleans, about sort of the next live streams, next videos. But I do hope to do a little bit of show and tell about what we see in New Orleans, and here in New Orleans, certainly next week. And I'll just have to see if there's time while I'm still there to do anything or not. So anyway, thanks again, and I'll hopefully see you next time.